Chapter 1742. The birth of a new Tao realm bigwig would definitely affect the old Tao ancestors. When it came to transcending, it would be better if there were fewer competitors. However, the East Sovereign Tai and the Amitabha Buddha did the exact opposite. They gave birth to the Maitreya Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, respectively. At first glance, it seemed to be an abnormal behavior. Then, why would they do so? This became a question that Yen Zhaoge and the others had to consider. Taoist Lu Ye's letter was simple and didn't mention any reason. However, the letter's true content might be the letter's true content. However, since this matter involved a few Tao realm bigwigs, Taoist Lu Ye couldn't directly discuss it in the letter. It could only be understood, not explained. He believed that with the information that Yen Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others possessed, as well as his letter's reminder, they would be able to comprehend the true meaning within. The East Sovereign provided the humanly essenced stone fragment and guided the Maitreya Buddha, whose path was already severed, to ascend to the Tao realm and become the future Buddha once again. Because of that, he created the Buddhism heretic. Yen Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. This seemingly abnormal behavior should have a deeper meaning behind it. During the Middle Era, the East Sovereign Tai unified the demons and fought against Buddhism. In the end, he lost by a single move. Buddhism flourished, and Western Buddhism spread to the East. The Tathagata Buddha successfully transcended from the East Sovereign Tai's actions after that. While he lost to the Tathagata Buddha in the battle for the transcendence position, he didn't dwell on it. The birth of the future Buddha caused the central blessed lands of Saha to split apart. In the past, the Tathagata Buddha's orthodoxy underwent a change, causing internal strife within Buddhism. However, in Yen Zhaoge's opinion, taking revenge on Buddhism shouldn't be the East Sovereign Tai's motive. At least, it wasn't his main goal, nor was it his only goal. His opponent wasn't the Tathagata Buddha who had already transcended, but the other Tao realm bigwigs of this world. Back then, it was the Western Pure Lands Amitabha Buddha and the 9 underworlds as the public enemy. If the 9 underworlds were truly powerful, the East Sovereign Tai and the Amitabha Buddha would most likely team up against the 9 underworlds. Even now, everyone was plotting against the 9 nether. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, they more or less made it convenient for the 9 nether. However, the few Tao ancestors who had been silent had never relaxed their attention on the 9 nether, let alone back then. At that time, the great Freedom Heavenly Demon and the 9 underworlds were very self-aware and tried to keep a low profile. The East Sovereign's competitor in this era is the Amitabha Buddha, muttered Yen Zhaoge, although the Middle Era lost for a while, and was forced to lead the demons to retreat to the Astro Mountains' Starry Sea to recuperate. The East Emperor Tai quickly regrouped and began to plan for the new era, which was the current era. The future Buddha was his handiwork. The birth of the heretic path of Buddhism has hindered the footsteps of Amitabha. Yang Jian said solemnly, the existence of Maitreya Buddha will cause Amitabha Buddha to be unable to transcend. To the Eastern monarch, this is the meaning behind the birth of the future Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. As one of the strongest grand, heavenly immortals in the world, Yang Jian was close to the Tao. It would have been fine if there was a layer of window paper before, but now that he had received a hint, this layer of window paper could be easily pierced. That's not all. Yang Jian stood up and paced around the hall. Yen Zhaoge frowned. As he pondered, he said, then what about Amitabha Buddha's countermeasure? Encouraging the birth of the immeasurable heavenly Lord and competing against the future Buddha for the incense worshippers. To the Amitabha Buddha, this can only be considered as a countermeasure. What about his countermeasure against the Eastern monarch? Although Amitabha Buddha was peaceful most of the time, it didn't mean that the world's oldest Buddha wouldn't retaliate after being offended. It also didn't mean that he would only react passively. Amitabha Buddha had always acted when he needed to, and he wouldn't hesitate when he needed to take the initiative. During the Middle Era, when Buddhism flourished, Amitabha Buddha didn't appear. However, the foundation of Buddhism's flourishing was established by him and the Tao ancestor Zhuan-Ti during the ancient era's investiture of the Gods' War. If Amitabha Buddha doesn't retaliate, or rather, he doesn't take the initiative to attack, it might be because Yang Jian stopped and pondered, or because he doesn't need it. On the other hand, the Eastern monarch has no choice but to take the initiative to attack. Yang Jian's speech gradually became faster and smoother. During the ancient era, the Western Buddhism's second patriarch, Amitabha Buddha, or the receiving Tao ancestor, was the Western sect's great sect master. Even the Tao ancestor Zhuan-Ti had to address him as senior apprentice brother. However, during the Middle Era, the Tao ancestor Zhuan-Ti transformed into the Gautama Buddha, and Buddhism flourished. In other words, the central blessed lands of Saha flourished as well. As for the Western Pure Lands and Amitabha Buddha, there weren't many rumors about them anymore. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Yen Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Neza looked at each other. It's not that Amitabha Buddha doesn't want to fight. Instead, he doesn't need to fight. After the Tathagata Buddha transcended in the previous era, Amitabha Buddha is the Tao ancestor closest to transcending in this era. Feng Yunsheng said with uncertainty, he's half a step faster than the Eastern monarch. I'm afraid that's not all. Instead, Amitabha Buddha has already made his preparations. He doesn't need to do anything else. He only needs to wait for time. After this era ends, if nothing unexpected happens, he would definitely transcend, said Yen Zhaoge. The so-called unexpected events had already happened. They were the future Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Yen Zhaoge thought for a while and said, on the other hand, there's a possibility that the Eastern monarch didn't reveal any flaws, allowing Amitabha Buddha to take the initiative to attack. If that's the case, we might be able to deduce another possibility. Yang Jian sat back in his chair and let out a long sigh. The Eastern monarch has already made his preparations. However, he's indeed half a step slower than Amitabha Buddha. If nothing happens until the end of this era, the Amitabha Buddha would be the one who successfully transcends. The Eastern monarch wouldn't be able to surpass him. However, if Amitabha Buddha doesn't transcend in this era, the Eastern monarch wouldn't need to do anything else and would successfully take that step. Yen Zhaoge continued Yang Jian's sentence. The hall became silent for a while. Perhaps those two didn't require any special opportunity to transcend anymore. As the world's oldest existences, they had already prepared for a long time. Only, even Amitabha Buddha didn't intend to give way. Yen Zhaoge and the others looked at each other. After a while, Neza asked, was the Eastern monarch related to the Maitreya Buddha's righteous path, which forced the Maitreya Buddha to change to the heretic path? It's hard to say if the Eastern monarch had planned everything from start to finish, or if he acted according to the situation, grasped the sudden opportunity, and took advantage of Buddhism's loophole. Yang Jian said, because we don't know why the humanly essenced stone fragments obtained by the central blessed lands of Saha didn't end up in the hands of the Maitreya Buddha, who inherited the mystical mountains Tao tradition. In the end, he had to rely on the Eastern monarch's help to successfully ascend to the Tao realm. Chapter 1743. The central blessed lands of Saha obtained the humanly essenced stone shard and entered the Western Pure Lands, creating the immeasurable heavenly Lord, said Neza while gritting his teeth. It seems like that's the case. In order to restrict the Maitreya Buddha, the Amitabha Buddha, and the Western Pure Lands created another heretic to compete for the Maitreya Buddha's faith power and suppress his development. Yen Zhaoge nodded. From this, we can deduce another possibility. Perhaps the stronger the Maitreya Buddha, and the stronger the Buddhism heretic, the more affected the Amitabha Buddha would be. Everyone in the hall had a solemn expression. As a Tao realm bigwig, the battle between transcending would always affect everything. The Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Thais battle had already begun when the Tathagata Buddha had just transcended at the end of the previous era. The two oldest Tao realm bigwigs fought against each other, countering each other's moves. In the past, the blessed lands of Sahas Buddhism's internal strife and the great calamity that deeply affected Taoism were merely the two Tao ancestors' most intense battles. During this process, the birth of the two heretics was facilitated and witnessed the birth of two new Tao ancestors. Yen Zhaoge had once thought about it. After the great calamity, the two heretics had been fighting against each other for many years. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race had been hiding behind the scenes and recuperating. It was only in the recent few hundred years that they finally resurfaced. Previously, the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were weaker compared to the Western Pure Lands and the demon race. They were like the vanguard. Of course, the heretic experts of the same realm were weaker. However, their birth was the result of the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Thais battle. Of course, since the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha had already ascended to the Tao realm, they were confident enough to participate in this chaos. It wasn't surprising for the heretics to be filled with ambition. Only, in the eyes of those who knew the truth, it seemed a little ironic. However, Taoism's people weren't in the mood to laugh at the heretics. During the great calamity where the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was born, Taoism suffered a calamity and fell to an unprecedented depth. The Heavenly Court's divine palace was destroyed, the three clear lineage fell, and a large number of Taoism experts perished. Since then, the Tao sect had entered the darkest period in history. It was only in recent years that they had regained their vitality. The stronger the Maitreya Buddha is, the stronger the Buddhist heretics are, the greater the impact on the Amitabha Buddha. Then, Feng Yunsheng raised her brows slightly. What about the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and my Tao sect? The Grand Masters of the three clear lineages had already transcended, but Taishang Laojun was still alive. Buddhism is Buddhism. Taoism is Taoism. Both orthodoxies are ultimately different, Yang Jian said. Moreover, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord ascended to the Tao realm, which is slightly different from the Maitreya Buddha. Other than the humanly essence stone, it also involves the Tianyuan stone. Furthermore, Amitabha's opponent is the Eastern Emperor Tai. There's no need to complicate matters and involve the Elder Lord. If it really affected the Grand Supreme Elder, God knows if the Grand Supreme Elder would intervene immediately. Even if it was not affected, Amitabha was not sure if the Grand Supreme Elder would care about this matter. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them. In fact, instigating the people of Taoism to transform into the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was also a choice that they had no other choice. The path of Buddhism's heretic Tao had already been taken by the future Buddha. The 9 underworlds formed their own lineage and didn't walk the path of faith power. The demon race had been right under the Eastern Emperor Tai's nose. Therefore, if it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, Amitabha wouldn't have chosen from Taoism. He had already taken the risk of involving the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. Although the Grand Supreme Elder Lord was still ignoring it, and the Western Pure Lands seemed to have succeeded in taking the risk, he was still somewhat worried. After all, no one knew if the Grand Supreme Elder Lord would suddenly come looking for trouble at some point in time. Moreover, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord might really do nothing at all. Yen Zhaoge sat on the chair and pondered in silence. Within the Heavenly Court's divine palace, only I can see the peerless heavenly scripture, Yen Zhaoga pondered. My compatibility with the grand, clear lineage surpasses everyone else's should I include father's grand simplicity splendor cloud, as well as Yen Zhaoga pondered. Neza's expression turned ugly as he ground his teeth. As expected, it was the Western Pure Lands that incited the descent of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, triggering that great calamity. When the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was about to descend, it alarmed the future Buddha and obstructed him. In the end, the Heavenly Court's divine palace was destroyed, and the entire great 1,000 worlds were engulfed in the chaos of war, causing it to shatter. We'll settle these debts one by one sooner or later, Yang Jian said. However, we still have to be realistic and not let our hatred get to our heads. He looked at Neza. We're all clear of how strong Tao realm bigwigs are. There's no need to repeat it. If we want to settle our debts, we're still lacking in strength. We have to climb higher and higher before we'll have enough confidence. Neza nodded. Don't worry, Taoist brother. I understand. He was prideful, and his actions were always faster than his heart. That was why he often acted rashly. Now that he was conversing with Yen Zhaoga and the others in the hall, he quickly calmed down. First, we have to take the next step well. Yang Jian nodded towards Neza and said, now that we know some secrets from the past, we also have some guesses towards the Eastern Sovereign and the Amitabha Buddha's motives. Next up, we should consider another problem. After hearing Yang Jian's words, Yen Zhaoga, who was previously in deep thought, said, we should consider why Taoist Luya sent us this letter, and what does he want from it? No, that's not right. Yen Zhaoga raised his head and looked at Feng, Yunsheng, Yang Jian, and Neza. I should ask, why did the Eastern Sovereign send us this letter? The difficulty of analyzing the two Taoist ancestors in such a deep manner was self-evident. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the few people in the hall were sufficiently strong, just discussing about the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai would have startled them. Even if Taoist Lu, you didn't receive the Eastern Sovereign Tai's permission to send such a secretive message regarding the two Taoist ancestors. Without the Eastern Sovereign Tai's help, the Amitabha Buddha would definitely be startled, and the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits wouldn't be able to reach the Taoism myriad heavens. Your Majesty, why did you tell us what happened back then? Yen Zhaoga sat and lightly tapped on the table beside him. No matter if it's the battle of the Tao lineage or the debt of human lives, the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly Lord are our greatest enemies. The Western Pure Lands and the Amitabha Buddha are the masterminds. However, this doesn't mean that Taoism's successors will immediately fight against the Western Pure Lands and the immortal court. Besides, the blessed lands of the White Lotus isn't clean either. Taoism also owes them a debt of blood. Yen Zhaoga let out a long sigh. What's the purpose of sending us a message, Eastern Sovereign? Remember the mobile URL. Chapter 1744. The hall quietened down once more. However, they weren't thinking about it because of their doubts. The few of them looked at each other and could see that they already had an answer. Only this answer made everyone feel a little depressed. The 9 underworlds' next round doesn't only concern the grand heavenly immortals fighting for the Tao realm's fortune, but it's also the moment where the East Sovereign and the Amitabha Buddha will fight it out. Neza subconsciously licked his lips. Yen Zhaoga leaned against the chair and looked up at the ceiling of the hall. Indeed, this round of the 9 underworlds might end this era prematurely. Generally speaking, an epoch was 129,600 years. When the time limit was up, the era would automatically change, and the heavens and earth would change. All those that hadn't attained the golden immortal realm would transform into ash along with the change of the creation era and become the dust of the era. Even the grand virtual immortals of the 5 Qis unifications, who had a lifespan of 1 yuan, would reach the end of their lives prematurely and perish. Only the top-notch bigwigs above the grand virtual realm would be able to avoid the natural great tribulation of the heavens and earth that occurred once every 129,600 years. However, due to some special reasons, the era might end prematurely. Before 129,600 years were up, the current era would end, and the next era would begin. For example, when a Tao realm bigwig transcended, the heavens and earth would tremble, and the great Tao would be overturned. An era would end prematurely, and the next era would begin. The 9 underworlds' rebellion against the creation era is bound to be a huge event. It might accelerate the end of this era, said Yang Jian slowly. The East Sovereign and the Amitabha Buddha are already prepared. To prevent any accidents from happening, they might forcefully push for this moment to come. Especially the East Sovereign. Feng Yunsheng continued. As long as Maitreya Buddha is alive, Amitabha Buddha will be slower than His Majesty Donghuang. His Majesty Donghuang is fully prepared. The earlier this era ends, the better. As long as that moment arrived and the Maitreya Buddha was still alive, he would be able to delay the Amitabha Buddha, and the East Sovereign Tai would obtain victory. On the other hand, if Amitabha successfully eliminated Maitreya Buddha in this round, then he would not need to compete with Eastern Emperor Tai. He would automatically win, and the one who transcended would be him, not Eastern Emperor Tai. According to what the Grand Master, the Grand Clear, and the Jade Clear ancestors said, the number of transcendents is very likely limited. Yang Jian muttered to himself. While the exact number is uncertain, it is definitely not a lot. That's right. That's why the 9 underworlds is so hateful. If they succeed, the 12 devilish gods might very well leave together, with the 6 supreme devils completing a miraculous transformation at the final moment. This is a miracle unique to the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng looked at each other and said slowly. Feng Yunsheng's expression was calm, and she did not say anything. If His Majesty the East Monarch and Buddha Amitabha are going to decide the final victor in the 9 underworlds, then the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha will definitely not stay out of it. Neza said, even if they can't win this epoch, they will have to make preparations for the next epoch. As for the attitude of the future Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord, it was still hard to say. Especially for the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the situation was the most subtle. It was the same for the future Buddha, just that he had less room to maneuver. The 9 underworlds' attitude was something to ponder too. Of course, what they had to consider the most was that while others wanted to make use of them, they would definitely target them first at the most crucial moment, not allowing the 9 underworlds to cross their bottom line. How to cross their enemy's bottom line and reap the rewards themselves, or how to prevent losses and preserve themselves in case of failure, were the problems the 9 underworlds faced. If the East Monarch Tai and the Buddha Amitabha are going to decide the final victor, the 9 underworlds might be their hidden ally, said Yan Zhaoge softly. The other 3 nodded in agreement. After death, who cares about the heavens? In other words, after transcending, who cares about the 9 underworlds' heavens? This was not impossible. On the contrary, it was a very real problem. Of course, whether it was the East Monarch Tai or the Buddha Amitabha, even if they really wanted to transcend, they would fully support their subordinates in vying for the chance to ascend to the Tao realm this time. On one hand, it was to consolidate their own forces. On the other, it was to stay behind to take care of them after they transcended. If they could fight for it, of course they would, but that wouldn't affect the 2 Tao Fathers contacting each other and fighting for more allies. If all other conditions are the same, the 9 underworlds would definitely be more willing to help Amitabha. At this moment, Feng Yunsheng spoke up. Let's take a step back and say that the 9 underworlds' plan failed this time. They should try their best to protect themselves and wait for the next opportunity. In that case, Amitabha Buddha's transcendence will be more beneficial to them. Yen Zhaoge and the others simultaneously exclaimed, "Faceless heavenly devil!" In the previous deal, Amitabha gave up the authority of the faceless heavenly demon, allowing it to return to the 9 underworlds. However, as long as Amitabha Buddha was still alive, it would be difficult for the faceless heavenly devil to truly be born. Once Amitabha Buddha transcended, the faceless sky devil would be able to descend into the 9 underworlds, allowing the 9 underworlds to truly have another Tao realm expert, the first ancestor of the demonic path. Moreover, Amitabha's transcendence meant that Maitreya Buddha had fallen. In this world, other than the 9 underworlds' demonic path, there were 2 fewer Tao ancestors. As the public enemy, the 9 underworlds had even fewer potential enemies to face. Since this huge change would cause the epic to change in advance, the 9 underworlds might not be able to survive. Yen Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. We can't allow them to make a comeback either. Everyone is about to be dragged into this. It's hard to differentiate who's friend and who's foe. The situation is constantly changing, said Yang Jian as he pondered. He noticed Neza gritting his teeth and looking at him, then at Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng. He seemed like he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Yang Jian smiled. Just say what you want to say. The Eastern Sovereign told us the truth of the past and told us about his and Amitabha Buddha's current situation. I can also tell what he's planning. He just wants us to help him. Neza said, during the great calamity that year, tracing back to its source, it could actually be said to be a conflict between the 2 Taoist ancestors, causing our Taoism's calamity together. However, in comparison, I would rather help His Majesty the Eastern Sovereign than help the Amitabha Buddha, who personally created the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Yang Jian looked at Neza and said warmly, other than the Tao ancestors fighting for transcendence, a few grand heavenly realm Taoists will also be fighting for the opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm. Who wins and who loses will directly affect the situation of the next era. If it's mixed with the Tao ancestors' issue of transcendence, there would be many different outcomes. As such, we need to carefully consider our choice. Neza nodded and shook his head hatefully. No matter which side I help, it'll be frustrating. Perhaps, Yen Zhaoge suddenly said, we don't need any help from either side. Chapter 1745. As soon as Yen Zhaoge finished his sentence, Feng Yinsheng, Yang Jian, and Neza all looked towards him. The 3 of them weren't doubting Yen Zhaoge. Instead, they revealed expressions of contemplation. Our crux lies in the 9 underworlds match, the few grand, heavenly immortals fighting for the Tao realm's fortune. Yen Zhaoge's gaze was dim. The Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai's plan was actually because of the 9 underworlds' changes, which caused the epic to end prematurely. He didn't continue. He had to be cautious when discussing the Tao realm bigwigs' vital points. Otherwise, it would attract their attention. However, the others already understood Yen Zhaoge's intentions. You're right, Taoist. That's exactly what I was thinking. Neza clapped his hands and smiled. By then, the variables would be huge. Yang Jian said, as expected, the crux lies in who can enter the Tao Ascension realm. Who's going first? This is a huge problem. He looked towards Yen Zhaoge. If senior apprentice Uncle Xian Du and the others decide the winner first, and we lose this match, we have to make a decision even if we're unwilling. Yen Zhaoge nodded. Just as you said, if we didn't guess wrongly, the Eastern Sovereign has the upper hand between the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign. Neza said, logically speaking, the Amitabha Buddha should be more anxious. However, he didn't tell us about it. Instead, the Eastern Sovereign sent a letter to remind us. The Bodhisattva of Guanyin represented the Western Pure Lands to attend the ceremony. She also had the intention of improving their relationship with the Taoism lineage. However, she didn't mention anything about the competition between the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern sovereign Tai. Just like what Yinsheng said, compared to us, the 9 underworlds is the most suitable ally for the Western Pure Lands. Of course, they would definitely be wary of each other. Yen Zhaoge said, on the other hand, although we and the central blessed lands of Saha are both affected by the competition between the 2 Tao ancestors, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the great calamity were all caused by the Western Pure Lands. Under the premise that there were no other choices, many people in the Tao sect probably had the same idea as Neza. They would rather help the Eastern Emperor, Tai. The Amitabha Buddha and the Western Pure Lands were well aware of this. Speaking of which, I can't help but admire the ancient Dipankara Buddhism. Yen Zhaoge said, feeling annoyed and amused at the same time, look at his gift. It's really cunning. When Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng got married, the Bodhisattva Guanyin came to observe the ceremony. She also presented a bottle of tranquil sweet dew. This sweet dew was rare in this world, and it was the best at cleansing impurities. It was indeed a top-notch treasure. For example, after the green lotus flag was polluted by the 9 Abyss Sea, it could be cleansed with this sweet dew. Other than the gift from Guanyin Bodhisattva, the ancient Dipankara Buddha also had a gift for him. When they met just now, the Bodhisattva Guanyin had passed the ancient Dipankara Buddha's gift to Yen Zhaoge. Hearing that, Feng Yunsheng and Neza looked over curiously. When Yen Zhaoge was meeting with the Bodhisattva Guanyin, the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits came to visit. As such, Yen Zhaoge sat down and chatted with the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits. Previously, when he received the Bodhisattva Guanyin's gift, Feng Yunsheng and Neza hadn't seen it yet. On the other hand, Yang Jian, who accompanied Yen Zhaoge to entertain, the Bodhisattva already knew about it. After hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, Yang Jian smiled and nodded, revealing a look of deep agreement. Here, take a look. Yen Zhaoge opened his sleeve, revealing a brocade handkerchief. When he opened the brocade handkerchief, there seemed to be 2 fat kids sitting inside. They had all 4 limbs and facial features. Neza was stunned when he saw it. Ginseng fruit. Although it was Feng Yunsheng's first time seeing a ginseng fruit in reality, she had seen the appearance of several spiritual fruits in this world through the illustrations. Thus, she wasn't unfamiliar with its appearance. Moreover, there was a ginseng fruit tree planted by Yen Zhaoge on the broad Creed Mountain in the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. Only the ginseng fruit tree on the broad Creed Mountain was grafted. Its spirit chi was much weaker, and the miraculous effects of the fruit were much weaker as well. The 2 ginseng fruits in Yen Zhaoge's hands were the real deal. They were grown by the ginseng fruit tree in the 5-manor locale above the primordial suppressing immortals manor. The spiritual beauty of the heavens and earth was boundlessly marvelous, surpassing the spiritual fruit tree on the broad Creed Mountain. Fresh ginseng fruits. They were just plucked not long ago. Feng Yunsheng frowned as she looked at the 2 fruits. Ginseng fruits were miraculous and precious, not to mention that the fruits would perish upon encountering the 5 elements when plucking them. If one wasn't careful, the fruits would be wasted. Even if they were plucked, they had to be consumed as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they were left for a long time, the fruits would become stiff, and their effects would be greatly reduced. Their taste would also be bad. The ginseng fruit tree of the primordial suppressing immortal is in the Western Pure Lands. Asked Feng Yunsheng with a frown. Yen Zhaoge nodded. It should be. The ancient Dipankara Buddha didn't just give us this as a gift, right? Feng Yunsheng asked, does he have other intentions? Is he trying to hint us about the primordial suppressing immortal? That's why I said that Dipankara was cunning enough. Yen Zhaoge revealed an expression that seemed like he was smiling. He gave us 2 fruits, and it seemed like he didn't say anything. However, he told us a bunch of messy things and made us guess. If they guessed correctly, it would be another gift. If they guessed wrongly, they might be tricked. Dipankra, that bastard. Neza gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to go to the Western Pure Lands and settle the score with the ancient Dipankra Buddha. According to the rumors, the 5-manor locale had fallen during the Great Calamity. However, the information regarding the ginseng fruit tree was vague. Feng Yunxing said, "From the looks of it, the ginseng fruit tree wasn't destroyed. Instead, it was transplanted to the Western Pure Lands." However, what happened to the primordial suppressing immortal? Ever since the Great Calamity, there was no news of the primordial suppressing immortal. Based on the information Yen Zhaoge and the others possessed during the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's chaos, which was also the birth of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, more than one Taoism bigwig tried to stop it. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed in the end. The primordial suppressing immortal might have participated in it as well. However, on the other hand, he became one of the suspects for transforming into the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. There are 3 possibilities, Yen Zhaoge said. Firstly, the primordial suppressing immortal is still alive. However, he's living in seclusion in the Western Pure Lands, not bothering about worldly affairs. Just like the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits and the yellow-robed monster, we have no idea of his whereabouts. Secondly, the primordial suppressing immortal had perished, and the ginseng fruit tree had fallen into the hands of either the Amitabha Buddha or the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Thirdly, the primordial suppressing immortal is the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, and the ginseng fruit tree had always been in his hands. Yen Zhaoge weighed the fruit in his hand and chuckled, "This thing is really good. The ancient Buddha is truly cunning." Chapter 1746. Ginseng fruits were rich in spiritual energy and could help extend one's lifespan. While Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing did not have any pressing needs for this, they still had friends and relatives. After all, there were very few people like them. Most people yearned for the ginseng fruit, but could not obtain it. The ancient Dipankra Buddha has always been like this. Yang Jian smiled and said, "I wonder what gift the Grand Sage of 9 Spirits and Tao Lord Luya gave this time." Yen Zhaoge's expression turned serious as he said, "So, the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits possesses the 9-colored lotus platform of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. Today, I'm gifting this treasure to you as our wedding gift." Oh, the other 3 were a little surprised. This is a little unexpected. Yen Zhaoge nodded. That's right. Now that the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord has perished, his accompanying treasure has been able to return to us, allowing us to remember our ancestors. In the past, the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord sat on a 9-colored lotus throne in the 7 Treasures fragrant forest. Beneath him were 9 green lions that spat flames from their mouths as they surrounded the throne. There was also a 9-colored divine light circling the sky, radiating tens of thousands of zhang of radiance. Many Xianjin, strong men, Vajra, deity kings, golden boys, and jade maidens were by his side. There were also images of him holding a water bowl, a willow branch, and a lotus flower under his feet. The 9-colored lotus throne was once one of the treasures of the primordial unity, Heavenly Lord of Salvation. Speaking of which, the great Taoist Master Xian Du also sat on the 9-colored lotus throne. However, the color of the 9-colored lotus he sat on was different from that of the Heavenly Lord of primordial unity and salvation. The Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord had perished in the past, while the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits had joined the demon race during the Great Calamity, avoiding a calamity. Later on, he tried to find the whereabouts of the Tai Nirvana Lord, but he did not find anything. he only found the broken nine-colored lotus and brought it back to the Astro Mountains' starry sea. This time, the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had brought a gift for Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng, which was this nine-colored lotus platform. Although the lotus platform was damaged and could not be of much use, it was still a relic of the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord in the past. Now that it had returned to the Tao sect, it was of great significance. Yen Zhaoge pointed, light flickering as a small speck of light enlarged in midair, transforming into a lotus. Everyone had solemn expressions as they gazed at the damaged nine-colored lotus platform, and they cupped their hands towards it and observed a moment of silence. After that, I'll build a Taoist temple and enshrine this lotus platform in it. Yen Zhaoge kept the nine-colored lotus throne and said, while I can't say that the atmosphere of the Eastern Extreme's wondrous austere palace has been restored, my Taoism's descendants finally have a place to admire the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. That's good. Feng Yunsheng and the others nodded in agreement. Nez's expression was no longer as solemn as before. He asked Yen Zhaoge, Old Man Jiling's gift is here. Isn't that Tao Lord, Lu, you going to express anything? Could it be that there is only one letter? Yen Zhaoge smiled upon hearing his words. Tao Lord Luya isn't that petty. Still, with the fire and water of the Bodhisattva's sweet-pouring raindrops clashing together, the water and fire would cause a calamity. This isn't a good omen. With that, he flicked his finger, and a golden-red flame flashed in the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, the air was still burning hot, as if one was exposed to the scorching sun. So it's a pure, earlier heavenly fire essence. Yang Jian instantly understood after seeing the flame. He smiled and said, although there's a saying that water and fire would cause a calamity, the calamity would also become auspicious after your wedding. Only yin and yang would complement each other, and the zither and zither would be harmonious. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng both smiled. Thank you, Taoist brother. However, this earlier heavenly fire essence still gives off a strange feeling. After smiling, Yang Jian fell into deep thought again. Taoist brother's senses are sharp. I feel the same way. Yen Zhaoge said, just like the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya's gift also has a hidden meaning. In my opinion, among these four gifts, Tao Lord Luya's gift is the most valuable. Yen Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. Feng Yunsheng and the others' hearts jolted. Is it related to the nine underworld's devil of fire and the fire seed devil spirit that Tao Lord Luya obtained from the jade illusory glazed lamp? Feng Yunsheng asked with uncertainty. That's right. Yen Zhaoge nodded. He gave us some hints. While it'll be convenient for us to take action in the nine underworlds, it'll also be convenient for him. Previously, he made a deal with the nine underworlds, using the Devil of Fire's safe return in exchange for the nine underworlds' assistance in obtaining the Sakya Saraira. However, after turning around, Tao Lord Luya betrayed the nine underworlds to Yen Zhaoge and the others without any hesitation. Not long ago, Yen Zhaoge consecutively killed the blessed lands of the White Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, Chusu, and the Astro Mountains Starry Sea's nine-headed bug. Currently, the situation was unpredictable, and it was difficult to differentiate between friend and foe. Indeed, it's the most valuable, said Yang Jian after pondering. The tranquil dew was rare, and its effects were miraculous. However, it didn't have any other special meaning. The life fruit was the same. The meaning behind it had to be determined by Yen Zhaoge and the others for it to have any value. The 9 grades lotus platform was mainly used for commemoration. Only this earlier heavenly fire essence was not only valuable, but it was also closely related to the 9 underworlds situation. Even foreign guests have such precious treasures to offer to me. I'm really too ashamed to face anyone. Neza let out a long sigh. I should have prepared another gift. Now that I'm empty-handed, it doesn't seem right. Yen Zhaoga smiled. Why do you have to do this? As long as you don't forget about the sea calming pearl that was recorded in the account. Of course not. Neza waved his hand. I'll have to trouble you to host the ceremony tomorrow, said Yen Zhaoga to Yang Jian. It's my honor. Yang Jian smiled and said, if that's the case, I won't disturb the two of you any longer. Then he bid farewell to Neza and left. It's great to get married. We've received so many gifts. Within the hall, Yen Zhaoga said with a blissful expression, if only we could get married every day. Looking at his greedy expression, Feng Yunsheng felt both annoyed and amused. Do you want me to be the groom every day and change my bride every night? The second half doesn't matter, but the first half still needs to be said. Yen Zhaoga looked at her and chuckled. Just add in the betrothal gifts every day. Yeah, I believe that with your shamelessness, you might really do something like getting married every day just to receive gifts. Feng Yunsheng lightly scratched her cheek with a finger and said to Yen Zhaoga, but we don't seem to have so much time to do it every day, right? Yen Zhaoga reached out to pull her and said with a smile, how joyous. Indeed. However, according to the wedding customs of the human realm, you shouldn't be able to see me now, right? Feng Yunsheng suddenly smiled and turned around to leave. See you tomorrow. Yen Zhaoga wasn't annoyed, even though he pulled empty air. He curled his lips and said, let's see you tomorrow. Chapter 1747. Feng Yunsheng's laughter vanished within the great hall as Yen Zhaoga smiled, shaking his head as he sat back in his chair. He waved his hand in the air, a bottle, a handkerchief, a lotus seat, and a lamp appearing. Tranquil sweet dew was stored within the bottle. Atop the handkerchief were 2 ginseng fruits. While the lotus seat was damaged, it still vaguely flickered with 9-colored radiance. The lamp contained the essence of that earlier heavenly fire, which resembled the ancestor of all flames, the golden fiery light leaping unceasingly. Leaning back in his chair, Yen Zhaoga gazed up at the 4 gifts in midair, his gaze slightly spaced out as a pondering look appeared on his face once more. He played with the bamboo slip that the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits had brought over. He had just gotten married, and guests were as plentiful as the clouds. Yet they had all come for other reasons, thus conveniently becoming a meeting. With all the chaos before him, Yen Zhaoga had no choice but to carefully consider the crucial points within. Some things could be discussed with Feng Yunsheng, Yen Di, and Yang Jian, while others could only be considered by Yen Zhaoga himself. Time passed just like this, unknowingly. When Yen Zhaoga regained his wits, he discovered that it was already the next day. The day has arrived already? Yen Zhaoga could not help but laugh as he shook his head. The heavens have taken pity on me. This is the first time in my 3 lifetimes that I'm getting married. He stood up, waving his palm horizontally in midair, once more as the bottle, handkerchief, lotus seat, and lamp hovering in midair were kept away by him once more. At virtually the same time, the door of the great hall opened as Yen Di and Xue Chuqing appeared by the doorway. While it is impossible to really be as complicated as those in the secular world, there are still many things to be busy with. Xue Chuqing looked rather emotionally at Yen Zhaoga. Make preparations early. Yen Di's gaze turned much gentler, as well as he appraised Yen Zhaoga all over. Still, he did not speak as he just stood by the side and listened to his wife's incessant nagging. Rest easy, I know. Yen Zhaoga smiled as he walked forward, embracing them as they left the great hall. A great number of broad Creed Mountain disciples were currently traversing the brightly lit palaces outside, taking care of things for them as the atmosphere was even more lively and joyous. Su Fei arranged for someone to stay behind and deal with Broad Creed Mountain's internal affairs, while he and Xie Yuchan specifically hurried over to this new world to attend Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's wedding. Shi Jun and his mother, Ying Yuzhen, would naturally not be absent. There was no need to mention their relationship with the Yan family. That year, it was precisely because of Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei, and the others' efforts that they were able to reunite with their mother, allowing them to escape from the clutches of the devil. Earlier, when Yan Zhaoge had gone to take a look at the everlasting cloud heaven oath, Ying Longtu, having learned of his marriage with Feng Yunsheng, immediately begged Yan Zhaoge to think of a way to exempt him from his duties for a few days, allowing him to attend the ceremony as well. Under such special circumstances, Yan Zhaoge would definitely not reject them. Speaking of which, he and Feng Yunsheng had virtually watched Ying Longtu and Shi Jun grow up. With the vicissitudes of the human world and the vicissitudes of the world having experienced so many trials and tribulations, Yan Zhaoge still felt rather relieved that his acquaintances were still around. He had his Northern Ocean clone take over Ying Longtu's duties to keep an eye on the earlier heaven world and the everlasting cloud heaven oath. Having obtained the fake Ying Longtu's identity, he had happily rushed back to the Zhuluo royal reed heaven. These past few days, he had been busy with Yan Zhaoge's wedding, putting in much more effort than when he had been the ruler of the heavens and the earth in the earlier heaven world. Xia Guang had left seclusion in advance in order to attend Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's wedding after receiving his disciples' notice. From Yan Di to Su Fei to Yan Zhaoge himself, all of them had criticized him, but he had paid them no heed at all. This fiery temper of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage had only been smiling cheekily at Yan Zhaoge and the others this time, not retorting or speaking at all. While Yan Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry, he also felt a sense of warmth within his heart. Of Broad Creed Mountain's disciples, besides a few who had to stay behind and were truly unable to leave their posts, most of them had hurried over here this time. The grandeur of the ceremony was comparable to that of the chief's inauguration ceremony. Realistically speaking, a great amount of manpower was really needed. Other than Broad Creed Mountain's own people, there were many guests from all over the world. If there weren't enough manpower, they wouldn't be able to receive all of them. Even Xue Chuqing's Bright Connection Valley's lineage had hurried over to help out. Within the Zhuluo royal reed heaven and the sky beyond skies, almost everyone who had the ability to traverse through the void to arrive at the wedding had arrived. Jade Capital Crag, Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff, Golden Court Mountain, Green Sky Mountain's Grave Thunder Palace, Cloud Pavilion Mountain's Profound Remnant Locale, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, and many others were all present. Yuzhen Bei, Fu Yunxi, Chao Jia, Lu Jinggu, and the others had personally led their teams. Cloud Pavilion Mountain's Profound Remnant Locale's lineage, Guan Yulua was Feng Yunxing's close friend. Naturally, she would have to attend Feng Yunxing's wedding together with Sung Mo, who was currently in charge of the Profound Remnant Locale. As for Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope's lineage, they had been quietly developing for the past few hundred years and had finally recovered their vitality. However, facing Yan Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain, they had long been unable to harbor any other thoughts. This time, they respectfully came to congratulate them, disregarding Yan Zhaoge, who established the Zhuluo royal reed heaven, and Feng Yunxing, who was in the grand heavenly realm. The Broad Creed Mountain's lineage was already the undisputed ruler of the Zhuluo royal reed heaven. To the entire Taoism lineage, Yan Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain were the most influential lineage. Their influence had always surpassed the sky beyond skies and the Zhuluo royal reed heaven. Yan Zhaoge's wedding was a rare event. Even the Jade Sky Peak's Cold Wave locale, which had been sealed off for many years and rarely interacted with the outside world, had sent their disciples to congratulate them. Hundreds of years had passed. Chen Xuanzong, Jie Mingkong, and Chu Lily were still sealed in ice. The Jade Sky Peak's cold wave locale had lost its main pillar. However, Yan Zhaoge, Yu Xinbei, and the others never forgot about this place and took care of it. Although the Jade Sky Peak's cold wave locale had been keeping a low profile, it had been developing silently. Many outstanding young descendants were constantly emerging. However, they rarely went out and rarely took action. However, other matters aside, the cold wave locale couldn't possibly ignore Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's wedding. The current locale had personally came out and brought along generous gifts to congratulate the newlyweds. Outside of the sky beyond skies, in the Jade Spring Heaven, Tong Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, Taoist splitting space, and the others also brought along their disciples to congratulate them. Other than the Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven, those in the other Tao universe who received the news also went to the Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven to congratulate them. In the Crimson Radiance and the Yang Heaven, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, Yu Yi, Long Xueji, and the others in the roving Jade Heavens didn't need to be mentioned. Even the North Star Emperor's Grand Sovereign, Huang Xingtian, and the Cloud Sky Fairy's Thoughtless River sent their people over. The Cloud Sky Fairy was still in charge of the immortal extermination formation. She couldn't come personally. However, she had ordered her disciples to bring along gifts to congratulate Yan Zhaoge and his wife. Xiao Ai was in charge of the collection of gifts. Even if every treasure and gift didn't pass through her hands, she would still see them. She was so happy that her eyebrows couldn't even be seen. Thank you, Cloud Sky Fairy, for your generous gift. Xiao Ai smiled happily and received the gift. Chapter 1748. The gift that Fairy Yun Xiao had given him was an array diagram. Xiao Ai was no stranger to the array formation. It was the famous killing array of the Three Immortal Island in the past, the Nine Bends Yellow River Array. With the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation diagram, Yan Zhaoge had once relied on it to sweep through many enemies. Xiao Ai had studied under Xue Chuqing and was extraordinarily talented in the Tao of formations. Yan Zhaoge had once allowed her to view the formation diagrams, benefiting greatly from it. She was a knowledgeable person. She only took a simple look at Fairy Yun Zhao's gift and noticed that there was something unusual about it. The array diagram that Fairy Yun Xiao had given him this time seemed to be much more exquisite than the 9-turn Yellow River array diagram that had been circulated previously. As one of the few array formation masters in the ancient times, Fairy Yun Xiao had clearly improved the 9-turn Yellow River array over the years and made it even more exquisite. Xiao Ai was so excited that she couldn't pull her eyes away from the painting. She had received countless rare treasures today, and personally, she felt that this array diagram was better than all the previous gifts. Fortunately, she still remembered her duties and forced herself to stop thinking about it. She put away the array map as a congratulatory gift and continued to receive the next guests. However, the next visitor was a powerful figure. As lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, a thunder chariot descended upon this world. Welcome, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. When the thunder chariot descended, Xue Fei appeared beside Xiao Ai. Welcome, Exalted Solar Luminary and Exalted Lunar Luminary as well. On the lightning chariot, there was an old man dressed in Taoist robes and a crown on his head. He was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Behind him, Gao Han and Ling Qing stood on his left and right. As guests, the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits and the Bodhisattva Guanyin had to come early to avoid being misunderstood as having come to pick a fight. As for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others who were from the same sect as the three clear lineages, it was fine for them to come on the same day. Today was precisely the day of the wedding. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing naturally couldn't directly come out to welcome them. Su Fei welcomed the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor on behalf of them. "My young friend Su, you're too polite." The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's expression was stern, but his tone was gentle. "This is just a small gift. I wish fellow Taoist Yen and fellow Taoist Feng to grow old together." Xue Fei took it and saw that it was a ball of lightning. It was just that this lightning was different from the others. At the center of the lightning, there seemed to be a point of chaos, blurry and difficult to grasp. Primeval ancestral thunder. Xue Fei's horizons had been broadened, so he immediately recognized that it was the primeval ancestral lightning, ranked first among the 9 heavenly lightning. The lightning bolt had been refined by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Hence, it looked extremely quiet. However, the terrifying power contained within it felt like it could shatter the primordial world and split the heavens and earth. "Thank you, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor." Xue Fei's expression remained the same. He was extremely courteous. However, in his heart, he began to ponder. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's relationship with Yen Zhaoge wasn't normal at all. Yen Zhaoge's mother, Xue Chuqing, hailed from the Bright Connection Valley, which was the direct lineage of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Therefore, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor could actually be considered half a senior of the family to the newlyweds today. It didn't matter if people came to attend the ceremony or not. Just like the incongruous Divine Mother who had brought along Gao Qingxian, Yu Yi, and the other prime clear descendants, Yen Zhaoge's grandmother, Di Qinglian, was of her lineage. As such, they weren't considered as guests. Of course, Gao Qingxian and the others didn't lack any gifts. They were all meticulously prepared. However, due to the incongruous Divine Mother's seniority and status, she could be more casual. The gift she prepared was a scroll personally written by her. The gift was simple, but the meaning behind it was important. Logically speaking, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's situation was similar to the incongruous Divine Mother's. However, the primordial ancestral thunder he prepared was obviously much more precious. Xue Fei couldn't help but ponder. The young heavenly Lord has comprehended and reversed the peerless heavenly scripture. To our jade, clear lineage, his merits are immeasurable. I intend to help him. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said, "Coincidentally, he and fellow Taoist Feng are getting married. This primordial ancestral lightning is the most suitable gift." After keeping the cloud-like lightning, Xue Fei cupped his hands towards the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. "Thank you, Emperor." The wedding between the young Heavenly Lord and the Luo Yuan Doomsday Heavenly Lord is an extremely rare event. It's our fortune to be able to witness it. Gao Han smiled and said, "This is just a small token of my appreciation." The gift he prepared was a star fire core, which was rare and precious. On the other hand, Ling Qing prepared an extreme in purple crystal, which was similarly precious. When the two's gifts were placed together, it was as if the sun and moon were shining upon each other, which was exceptionally dazzling. While their gifts were precious, they were much more ordinary compared to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's primordial ancestral thunder. Xue Fei thanked the two and passed the gifts to Xiao Ai. Then, he led the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others into the hall. Within the hall, Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di, Yang Jian, Neza, the incongruous Divine Mother, and the others were all present. Upon seeing the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others entering, everyone stood up to welcome them. After greeting each other, they took their seats. Xue Fei sent a sound transmission to Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's expression remained unchanged. After his gaze flickered slightly, he also sent a sound transmission to Xue Fei. "I understand. Don't worry about it. senior apprentice brother. I'll just deal with him. The group sat down and conversed. Today was a joyous day. No one talked about the situation outside. For Yan Zhaoga's wedding, everyone came to congratulate him. Coincidentally, the Taoism bigwigs were all gathered here as well. They had to discuss the upcoming developments. However, that could wait until after the wedding ceremony. There was no need to spoil the mood now. As such, the contents of their conversation were mostly about the interesting things that happened in the past. The Taoism grand heavenly immortals present had already dominated the world since the ancient era. Throughout the endless years, there was naturally no lack of topics to talk about. Yan Zhaoga and the others of the younger generation felt that it was rather interesting. As time passed, more and more guests arrived. Coincidentally, the North Star Emperor and Suo Mingzhong arrived at the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven at the same time. Ever since the separation of the world beyond worlds in the past, the enmity between the two had long faded away. However, it was still somewhat awkward for them to meet each other again. After entering the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven and arriving at the wedding ceremony, the Broad Creed Mountains people quickly received the two Taoism heavenly lords. The congratulatory gift that Emperor Gaochen prepared was a strange species of nirvana vine that everyone knew to be extinct. The nirvana vine was filled with treasures. Its fruits could be used as medicine, and its flowers and vines could be used to refine treasures. Not only would its roots not plunder the spirit chi of the land, they could even improve the quality of the soil. It was quite rare. Suo Mingzhang's gift was much more casual. It was a small and exquisite flower crown. It was weaved with blue leaves and white flowers. It was the Tsanghua divine tree. Yan Zhaoga wouldn't look down on it. Remember the mobile website, Chapter 1749. Yan Zhaoga naturally wouldn't look down on Suo Mingzhang's gift. On the contrary, he viewed it with great importance. Xiao Junhuang was Xue Chuqing's great-grandmaster. She could be regarded as a lineal elder. In a sense, Suo Mingzhang could be regarded as half a family member. His gift was just like the incongruence goddess, as long as the thought was there. As such, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's gift was even more extraordinary. Even though the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's reasons were reasonable, no matter how Tao Lord Luya, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, and the others guessed, Yan Zhaoga's performance to the outside world was that his cultivation of the three clear lineages was nearing completion. Using the Tai Fist and the Chaos Extinguishing Origin Scripture as a reference, he had gathered all of the Jade Clear's later Primordial 9 scriptures to reverse engineer the Peerless Heavenly Scripture. It was the same for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others. As for how they guessed in their hearts, it was a different matter. On this basis, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor providing the primordial ancestral thunder to Yan Zhaoga was indeed helping him. The primordial ancestral lightning, as its name implied, was the ancestor of all lightning, and it was the first lightning that originated from the primordial chaos before the heavens were split open. It also contained the true meaning of chaos and limitless, forming a school of its own and unique style. It was similar to the concepts and principles of the Peerless Heavenly Scripture, Tai Fist, Chaos Extinguishing Origin Scripture, and other supreme arts, yet different. If Yan Zhaoga really wanted to reverse engineer the Peerless Heavenly Scripture, being able to obtain the profundities of the primordial ancestral thunder would indeed be of great help to him. Legend had it that the primordial ancestral lightning was first controlled by the primordial Lord of Heaven. Later on, the primordial Lord of Heaven passed it down to his disciple, the South Pole Immortal Old Man, who was now the South Pole Longevity Emperor. Before today, this was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's unique ultimate art. Even the heavenly court's divine palace's thunder department lord, the nine heavens resounding thunder, heavenly lord Wenzhong did not possess it. Using this technique as a congratulatory gift to Yan Zhaoge and his wife today, it could be said to be extremely precious. Not only was it valuable and powerful, but it also had extraordinary significance in reversing the peerless heavenly scripture. Although the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's actions had broken the established conventions, his reasoning was sufficient and justified. It also highlighted the unity of the Taoists and their noble character and unquestionable integrity. However, Yan Zhaoge had his reservations about this. In other words, he had always been suspicious of the Southern Extremity Longevity monarch. Yan Zhaoge's wariness towards the North Star Emperor, who had a clash of ideologies with him previously, had lessened slightly. The reason was none other than the fact that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had asked him to investigate the Five Elements Mountain. In the end, he discovered that the great sage equaling heaven was being suppressed there. From the looks of it, Yan Zhaoge might be related to the Elder Lord, which might even implicate the three clear Grand Masters who had already transcended. Naturally, he was the most suitable person to help the great sage equaling heaven's escape, so as to avoid angering the Tathagata Buddha, who had also transcended. However, thinking about it now, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but wonder how much the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor knew about this back then. Meanwhile, the primordial ancestral thunder that he had gifted Yan Zhaoge now was related to peerless infinity. Was it truly out of goodwill to help Yan Zhaoge reverse the peerless heavenly scripture, or did he have other intentions of probing him? While Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change, his thoughts fluctuated. At this moment, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and Suo Mingzhang were all gathered together. This was the first time since the battle for the immortal extermination formation. Coupled with the presence of Guanyin Bodhisattva and the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits, the atmosphere became a little strange. However, after Suo Mingzhang and the North Star Emperor arrived, the Tai-I cultivated deity finally arrived. Neza went out to welcome his master. The Tai-I cultivated deity was full of smiles. The moment he entered the hall, he said to Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, "Congratulations, congratulations! It's my broad Creed Mountain's honor to have the cultivated deity here." Yan Zhaoge and his son greeted the Tai-I cultivated deity. The Tai-I cultivated deity smiled and said, "It's just a small gift to express my gratitude. I hope you don't mind it." The gift he gave was a seemingly ordinary lotus seed. Yan Zhaoge looked at it carefully and couldn't help but look at Neza. Neza was also looking at his master with a surprised expression. "In the past, when the treasured lotus bloomed, my disciple obtained a fortuitous encounter." The Tai-I cultivated deity smiled and said, "Initially, I wanted to cultivate the remaining lotus seed. However, I didn't succeed. However, the lotus seed itself is still somewhat useful. Now, I'm giving it to you as a small gift. Young Heavenly Lord has always been capable of doing what others can't. Did you obtain anything new? Even if you didn't, directly consuming this lotus seed would still benefit you." The Tai-I cultivated deity said, and cupped his hands. "I'm just a poor old man. I don't have much to offer. Young Heavenly Lord, please excuse me. You're too polite, cultivated deity." Yan Zhaoge smiled and thanked the Tai-I cultivated deity. Regardless of the color of his heart, the Tai-I cultivated deity greeted everyone passionately. With just a few words, the originally stagnant scene instantly became much more lively. Whether it was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, the Bodhisattva of Guanyin, or the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits, the Tai-I cultivated deity could talk to them. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly and stopped thinking about other things for now. With his greeting, the atmosphere became even more lively. During this period of time, Yang Jian was also quietly observing the people present. Neza beside him nudged him. The auspicious hour is coming. Did senior apprentice uncle Xuandu say whether he would come or not? According to senior apprentice uncle Xuandu, he would come to watch the ceremony. Yang Jian answered, he should be here soon. As expected, 9 colored streaks of light quickly descended upon the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven from outer space. The person who came was the Grand Clear Lineage's Grand Taoist Xuandu, who was sitting on the 9-colored light and had a crane cover hanging down. When the Grand Taoist Xuandu entered the hall, everyone stood up and greeted him. The Guanyin Bodhisattva and the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits thought at the same time, the figures of the 3 clear lineage are all here. Congratulations, little friend Yen. The Grand Taoist Xuandu came down from the lotus platform and congratulated Yen Zhaoge. Senior rarely leaves the Tushita Palace. This time, I thank you for coming here. Yen Zhaoge cupped his hands and said, I came in a hurry, so I didn't prepare any gifts. The Grand Taoist Xuandu said, little friend, you cultivate the 3 clear lineages at the same time and are tolerant. This humble Taoist came here to express my gratitude. I heard that you've already mastered the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations, as well as the later Heaven Supreme martial arts, as well as the great Heavenly Cycle Righteous Art. Yen Zhaoge nodded. Please don't blame me for being rude. Among the Grand Clear Lineage's earlier Heaven 5 manifestations, he obtained the Tai Fist from comprehending the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Then, he exchanged it with Fu Yunqi for the other 4 earlier Heaven Supreme Martial Arts. The later Heaven Supreme Martial Art, one of the later Heaven 5 manifestations, was obtained after capturing Chun Qianhua. As for the great Heavenly Cycle Righteous Art, he obtained it when he and Fu Yunqi assisted the Grand Clear Lineage's Golden Court Mountains, Chao Jia, to restore the 3 enclosures Emperor Sword. Now, the Golden Court Mountain controlled the great Heavenly Cycle Righteous Art, and Yen Zhaoge and Fu Yunqi had both obtained it. Little friend, you're a genius. You're the fortune of our Taoism. The Grand Taoist Xuandu smiled and said, if that's the case, this humble Taoist shall gift you another grand supreme alchemy scripture. Chapter 1750. Light flickered in the great Taoist Master Xiandu's eyes. It flew into the air and turned into a Tao Sutra. The scriptures overlapped and were difficult to count. After flying and interweaving, they gradually gathered into a ball. Within the ball of light, there seemed to be a pill furnace. Then, the radiance compressed toward the center and finally turned into a golden, round pill. Thank you, Senior. Yen Zhaoge accepted the pill and cupped his hands towards the great Taoist Master Xian. Do the 10 supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear Direct lineage were divided into the pre-Heaven 5 Grands and the post-Heaven 5 Ultimates. The primordial 5 manifestations were Tai Fist, Tai Chu Divine Finger, Tai Chu Bright Emptiness Form, Tai Chu Immeasurable Form, and Tai Chu Yin Yang Palm. The later Heaven 5 Ultimates were the Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow Exquisite Qi, the Great Heavenly Cycle Art, the 9-9 Human Transformation Scripture, the Flat Crutch Art, and the Grand Alchemy Scripture that the great Wizard Xian Du had just imparted to Yen Zhaoge. Everyone knew that the Taoist sex formations and sword Tao had to be seen through, while alchemy was undoubtedly the best. The Grand Clear Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue was the ancestor of the Tao of alchemy in the world. Even those who were not part of Taoism would benefit greatly from it. The revered pill scripture was part of the Book of Tao, and it recorded the profound mysteries of the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue's alchemy techniques. The various techniques were both martial arts and pill recipes. They complemented each other, pill and martial arts becoming one. Having obtained the grand pill scripture, Not only had Yin Zhaoge obtained a supreme martial art of the grand clear lineage, it had also greatly benefited his pill concoction. The grand sage of 9 spirits and Guanyin Bodhisattva thought to themselves, it's actually the Taishang alchemy scripture, and not the 99 Salvation Sutra. Yang Jian Ne Jia perfected Tai, the southern extremity longevity emperor, and the other Taoism bigwig's eyes flickered. The grand, pure, heavenly lord of Tao and virtue had taught the world and had the merit of educating the people. As long as the martial practitioners of the mortal Tao were not of the jade clear or prime clear lineages, the rest could actually be considered a branch of the grand clear lineage. Even the side branches of the jade clear and prime clear lineages were often deeply influenced by the grand clear lineage's legacies during their development. It was hard to say who they belonged to. On the other hand, the grand clear lineage had much fewer members compared to the jade clear and prime clear lineages. The 10 supreme martial arts of the grand clear direct lineage recorded in the scripture of Tao and virtue were also circulated outside. It was just that during the process of circulation, some of them were lost due to various reasons. However, there were 2 exceptions. One was the head of the post-celestial 5 ultimates, the heaven and earth exquisite yellow qi, and the other was the supreme alchemy manual. Although there were scattered pill recipes and pill refinement techniques circulating outside, the entire alchemy canon had never been circulated to outsiders. It had always been kept in the 8 Visions Palace and the Tushita Palace. In the Grand Pure One sect, only the great Taoist Master Xiandu, who lived in the Tushita Palace, learned it. Now, Yin Zhaoge was the second. This seemed to indicate that the 3 clear lineages had taken another step forward after seeing the light of dawn, after having fallen to the bottom of the abyss. The auspicious hour is approaching. Now that all the guests have arrived, let's officially begin, Yang Jian said. He was the master of ceremonies for this ceremony. The group of people immediately followed him out of the rear hall where guests were received and came to the main hall where the ceremony was held. The statues of the 3 clear Grand Masters were enshrined within the Great Hall. The great Taoist Xiandu, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the incongruence Divine Mother were the most senior of the 3 clear lineage here. Guanyin Bodhisattva and the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits arrived, following closely behind them, followed by Emperor Gaochen, perfected Tai, Suo Mingzhang, and other heavenly venerables of the Tao sections. After the group of grand heavenly immortals took their seats, it was Gao Qingxian, Yu Xinbei, and the other seniors who were closest to Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. After that, Gao Han, Ling Qing, Tong Xinlin, Fu Yunqi, Chao Jia, and the other guests also took their seats. As the host, Broad Creed Mountain sat on the other side. Yin Zhaoge's parents were both present, and Feng Yunsheng was an orphan. Thus, her master, Fu Enshu, was her elder sister. The entire hall seemed to be boundless, able to accommodate all the guests who came to congratulate him. Yin Zhaoge stood before the statues of the 3 purities, accompanied by Su Fei, Yinglong Tu, Xia Guang, and the others whom he was on good terms with. According to etiquette, it should have been the groom's elders accompanying the bride. However, Yin Zhaoge had instead chosen those of the same generation. However, everyone didn't mind. When a figure like him became a Tao companion, how many of them would treat it like a marriage in the secular world? If he wanted to be unique, everyone would just let him be. The meaning of this ceremony was the wedding itself. No one cared about the form of the ceremony. A heavenly voice resounded, and everyone's eyes lit up. Then they saw 9 graceful figures appearing. Meng Wan, Guan Yulua, and the other ladies accompanied Feng Yunsheng into the hall. Feng Yunsheng wore a bright red robe, a phoenix crown, and a red veil covering her face. She truly looked like a bride in the secular world. The few grand heavenly immortals didn't say anything else. Even the other guests felt that this scene was new and interesting. For them, who had lived for a long time, they had experienced too many things and met too many people. Everything in the secular world was foreign to them. Especially when they saw Feng Yunqing's face covered by a red veil, some of them couldn't help but feel suspicious. Although they couldn't see her face, everyone knew that this delicate bride was a grand, heavenly immortal who had already ascended to the pinnacle of the immortal realm. Moreover, her subordinates were extremely ferocious. Although there weren't many who perished, they were all famous bigwigs. In the end, all of them perished under Feng Yunqing's saber. The grand heavenly chaos extinguishing was so strong that not only those present in the hall, but even in the entire world, there were only a few who could rival her, barring the Tao realm. Such an existence was currently acting like a commoner as a bride. The spectators couldn't help but feel weird. However, when everyone's gaze shifted to Yan Zhaoge, who was standing in front of the 3 clear statues, they felt relieved. Similar to Feng Yunsheng, Yan Zhaoge had also changed into a red auspicious attire. The young heavenly lord, who was feared by many grand heavenly immortals in the past, was currently looking at Feng Yunsheng, whose face was covered by a red veil. His gaze was unprecedentedly gentle. The two looked at each other from afar. Although they were separated by a red veil, they seemed to have already exchanged thousands of words. Looking at the two of them, the spectators' emotions seemed to be affected as well. They felt that such a scene was only natural. Yang Jian, Suo Mingzhang, the incongruence divine mother, the Tai cultivated deity, and the other grand heavenly immortals naturally knew that this was related to Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing's cultivation. Under the resonance of emotions, it would affect the real world and even affect the mental state of others. However, at this moment, Yang Jian and the others were naturally happy to spectate such a grand event. Meng Wan and the other ladies surrounded Feng Yunsheng and walked in front of the 3 clear statues. Everyone else dispersed and stood side by side with the bride, with the man on the left and the woman on the right. Neza, who liked to be in a crowd, snatched the job of praising the ceremony. He raised his voice and shouted, "Bow to the heavens and earth." While bowing to the heavens and earth, it was also equivalent to paying respects to the 3 clear grand masters. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng bowed together. As their immortal splendor and immortal essence intertwined, the entire world trembled. Even the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven was trembling, as if the entire world was celebrating together. Chapter 1751. Second bow to your parents. Neza shouted for the second time. Yan Di and Xue Chuqing looked at Yan Zhaoge, and Neza with a smile on their faces. Fu Enshu, who was by the side, was slightly dazed. Fu Enshu had always admired Feng Yunsheng as a disciple. Feng Yunsheng had already surpassed her, which made her feel extremely gratified. To a certain extent, Feng Yunsheng was the disciple she admired the most, even surpassing Sikong Qing and the others. This wasn't because Feng Yunqing's achievements were the highest. Instead, it was because Feng Yunqing's experiences were much more difficult compared to Sikong Qing and the others. It was so difficult that Fu Enshu, who had always been strict with her disciples, asked herself if she was in Feng Yunqing's position, she might not be able to walk out of it. Fu Enshu didn't dare to claim credit for Feng Yunqing's current achievements. She only felt proud of her disciple. Now that she finally had a good home, Fu Enshu felt even more comforted. Fu Enshu had already acknowledged Yan Zhaoge's outstanding talent back in the 8th rank world. Fu Enshu had seen how he and Feng Yunsheng had been together all the way till now. She felt happy for Feng Yunsheng. Just looking at Yan Zhaoge, she couldn't help but think of something else. Fu Enshu subconsciously looked at Yan Di and Xue Chuqing beside her. Her emotions were a little complicated. However, as her gaze moved between Yan Di and Yan Zhaoge, the knot in Fu Enshu's heart gradually dissipated. The last knot in her heart had finally dissipated at the moment when the new generation had entered the wedding hall. A light smile appeared on Fu Enshu's face. Broad Creed Mountain's elders, Yuan Zhengfeng, Fang Zhuan, and the others stroked their beards and smiled. Yuan Zhengfeng looked at Fu Enshu thoughtfully, and the smile on his face became even thicker. Husband and wife bowed to each other. Neza shouted for the third time. Among the 8 women who had accompanied Feng Yunsheng in, one of them was looking at Yan Zhaoge and his wife with a longing expression. Then she looked around the hall. If only I could have such a scene when I get married. Jun Luo pouted. As one of the Yan family's old friends in the 8th rank world, Jun Ziyuan and Jun Luo had already settled down in the sky beyond skies. For Yan Zhaoge's wedding this time, Yan Di had no choice but to invite them, as well as the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, and his other old friends to attend the ceremony. Jun Luo was already familiar with Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng when she was young. After arriving at the sky beyond skies, the 2 families would often interact with each other. This time, she, along with Meng Wan, Guan Yilua, and the others, would be Feng Yunsheng's bridesmaid. Her gaze wandered around the great hall for a long time before finally landing on Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge. She sighed in admiration. A match made in heaven. How wonderful! Meanwhile, on the other side, a woman was currently looking at Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng in a daze. To Yu Yi, it was very normal for her to fall into a daze like this. She would appear from time to time. The reason for her current absent-mindedness had nothing to do with Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng themselves, and had nothing to do with any of the people present at the ceremony today. However, as she looked at the newlyweds, she couldn't help but think of another figure. Yu Yi returned to her senses and looked at Meng Wan, Fu Ting, Guan Yulua, and the others beside her. Just now, they had accompanied Feng Yunsheng into the main hall. She looked at the opposite side, where Su Fei, Ing Longtu, Xia Guang, and the others who had accompanied Yan Zhaoge previously stood. If you're still here, you should be standing among them, right? Yu Yi softly muttered to herself. However, when her gaze fell upon the newlyweds, her gaze became joyful and gentle. She sighed in admiration as well. Lovers are finally together. How wonderful! Beside her, Meng Wan's face was also filled with smiles as she looked at the newlyweds. Senior apprentice sister, you've finally come to an end. Currently, she was already a female deity who had shed her mortal body. However, when she looked at the newlyweds, she couldn't help but feel emotional, and the corners of her eyes moistened. She couldn't help but recall the time when she was still in the Sacred Sun clan in the 8th rank world. At that time, she and Feng Yunsheng were still fellow apprentice sisters of the same sect. All of a sudden, Feng Yunsheng met with misfortune and fell from the peak of a mountain to the bottom of a valley. After that, she injured Xiao Shun and was forced to flee from the Sacred Sun clan. After that, Feng Yunsheng met Yan Zhaoge and recovered her extreme Yin physique. The 2 of them became rivals in the extreme Yin bout and had no choice but to fight against each other. After the Sacred Sun clan perished, the extreme Yin crown was finally decided in the world beyond worlds. However, Feng Yunsheng fell into the 9 underworlds because of the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua. Only after the world beyond worlds separated did the 2 reunite. Feng Yunsheng finally settled down and no longer had to wander around. During the time when Feng Yunsheng's whereabouts were unknown, Yan Zhaoge had been waiting for her return. Now that the 2 of them were finally together, Meng Wan was extremely happy for Feng Yunsheng. Although she knew that the future was unpredictable, Meng Wan only felt joy when she saw Feng Yunsheng getting married. Beside her, Guan Yulua was similarly elated. Unlike Meng Wan, Guan Yulua's smile was exceptionally radiant. Meng Wan smiled and turned to look at the other side. She couldn't help but be slightly startled. Her half-sister, Fu Ting, was currently looking at the newlyweds with a slightly complicated gaze. Like everyone else, she had blessings and joy. However, there seemed to be something else. Sister. Meng Wan secretly sent a sound transmission to Fu Ting. Although they only recognized each other after they became adults, although they had different mothers, and because of their father, it was a little awkward at the beginning. However, Fu Ting had been taking care of her half-sister, Meng Wan. Thinking about how Meng Wan had left her parents and wandered alone in the 8th rank world, Fu Ting felt even more pity for her. After all these years, Meng Wan had also gotten along well with Fu Ting. She was even closer than her father, Fu Yunqi. Now that she noticed Fu Ting's abnormality, she couldn't help but feel moved. Fu Ting turned to look at Meng Wan. As if she knew what Meng Wan was thinking, she smiled and shook her head. Relax, I'm fine now. I'm just feeling a little emotional when I think about the past. Meng Wan looked at her and nodded lightly. She didn't say anything else. Fu Ting looked at the newlyweds again and smiled. The indescribable emotions within her gaze gradually faded, as if she had completely let go of something. After bowing, Yu Yi, Meng Wan, Guan Yulua, and the others walked forward and accompanied Feng Yunsheng to the courtyard behind the hall. Yan Zhaoge stayed behind to entertain the guests. If they wanted to talk about business, there would be other times. At this moment, there was only a celebratory atmosphere. Before the great calamity, the Jade Lake's Immortality Peach Banquet and the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's banquets were always a grand occasion. After the great calamity, Taoism had fallen, and even these banquets had become history. Today, Yan Zhaoge's wedding banquet was recreated. After entertaining the guests, Neza, Su Fei, and the others escorted Yan Zhaoge to the bridal chamber. After being troubled by Meng Wan, Jun Luo, and Guan Yulua, Yan Zhaoge finally entered the bridal chamber. His bride was waiting for him there. Yan Zhaoge slowly walked forward and lifted the red veil, revealing Feng Yunsheng's face beneath the veil. Feng Yunsheng was a little embarrassed. However, she still raised her head and looked at Yan Zhaoge, her gaze rippling. Zhaoge, she said in a daze, no matter how difficult the next round of the 9 underworlds is, I don't think it's in vain. Before she finished speaking, her vision darkened. Yan Zhaoge's face came closer and sealed her lips. The bride's body softened a little, and she leaned into the groom's embrace. After a while, their lips separated. Yan Zhaoge whispered by her ear, "Let's not talk about that now. We have more important matters to attend to." What matters? Feng Yunsheng bit her lips and said, "You tell me. I'm listening." Yan Zhaoge smiled without saying a word. He sucked on her earlobe, and his teeth scraped against her skin. He felt her breathing getting faster and faster. Chapter 1752. Feng Yunsheng stood by the window, leaning into Yan Zhaoge's embrace. Yan Zhaoge had a long robe draped over his shoulders, which he then wrapped around Feng Yunsheng. He rested his chin on Feng Yunsheng's shoulder and smiled. Young girl. Who was the one who was almost snapped by a young girl? Feng Yunsheng lazily narrowed her eyes and retorted. Yan Zhaoge chuckled and said softly while hugging her, "I'm not used to it anymore. Who asked me to wait for someone for hundreds of years?" You. Feng Yunsheng's body instantly turned soft as she said unwillingly, You cheated." Yan Zhaoge gently grabbed her hand and let her lean against the window frame, lifting up a bride's veil. "To me, last night was the first time in my life." Feng Yunsheng bit her lips and felt the pressure coming from behind her that was getting tighter and tighter. Delete it a bit more. Yan Zhaoge hugged Feng Yunsheng and returned to the room. You're only bullying me now. Feng Yunsheng said lazily, the more time passes, the more useless your methods will be. Yan Zhaoge laughed. What methods were there just now? It was a certain young girl who was too useless. He chuckled. When the time comes, you still won't be able to stand it. You can slowly learn. One day I'll beat you. Feng Yunsheng gritted her teeth hatefully. Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'll wait. We'll have plenty of time in the future. In the future? Feng Yunsheng's gaze gradually turned gentle. However, after a while, some worry appeared between her brows. Yan Zhaoge didn't need to lower his head to feel the emotional changes of the person in his embrace. He said gently, Relax. Now, I'm more confident about the 9 underworlds next round. Truthfully speaking, the combination of yin and yang allowed him to understand Feng Yunsheng's situation more clearly. The bride's words seemed to be even more perverted than the groom's. However, hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Feng Yunsheng's face still flushed a little as she nodded lightly. However, it also made me feel something else. Yan Zhaoge said softly, The one I am most concerned about is you, of course. Still, could the 9 underworlds be making use of this to create a diversion? Hearing the second half of the sentence, Feng Yunsheng's eyes suddenly cleared up. A diversion? It's just a feeling. I keep having the feeling that this is related to the fate of the 9 underworld's demonic Tao. Since you've implicated the doomsday heavenly demon, the 9 underworld's actions shouldn't be simple, Yan Zhaoge murmured. From the looks of it now, their moves were a little soft, falling short of my expectations. Feng Yunsheng raised her head, and he lowered it slightly. The two of them looked at each other. It's fine if only the primordial heart devil presides over it. However, the vast freedom heavenly devil still exists in the 9 underworlds, continued Yan Zhaoge. Yes. Feng Yunsheng nodded lightly. She laughed bitterly. Hearing you say that, I should feel more relaxed, but why do I feel more nervous instead? Yan Zhaoge sat down and let Feng Yunsheng lean against his embrace. Then he said, Because we still don't know where the 9 underworld scheme comes from. An unknown threat is always the greatest threat. However, we can't let our guard down. Still, we don't have to worry too much. In this round, the 9 underworld's pressure is greater than anyone else's. Feng Yunsheng nodded. According to what you've always said, we should prepare ourselves first. On the wedding night, Yan Zhaoge naturally had to take care of the most important matter first. However, when it came to a new day, no matter if it was him or Feng Yunsheng, they still had other matters to attend to. This wedding ceremony was filled with guests. It was both a grand occasion and a gathering, especially the peak experts of Taoism's direct lineage. Almost all of them attended. While congratulating Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, they also discussed the current situation and the direction of Taoism's development. Naturally, the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits and the Bodhisattva Guanyin couldn't participate in such a gathering. There was no need for them to stay any longer. Both of their objectives had been achieved. After staying for a few days, the demon and Buddha bid farewell and left. Yang Jian and Neza sent them off. Before the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits left, Neza handed him a letter. Old man, please pass it to Taoist Luya. Neza sent the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits off and cupped his hands. The Grand Saint of 9 Spirits received the same bamboo slip and nodded, I'll definitely pass it to him. Only, I wonder if the 3 clear lineage has acknowledged this letter? That's right, Neza said straightforwardly. If you're interested, you can read it first. The Grand Saint of 9 Spirits shook his head and said, There's no need for that. I'm only responsible for delivering the letter. If that's the case, take care, old man. Neza said straightforwardly. Not only me, but the others also hope that you can consider returning to Taoism. I'm too lazy to live in seclusion. It's the same no matter where I am. Now that I've come out, it's only to settle the score with the victorious fighting Buddha of the Western Pure Lands for what happened in the past. After fulfilling this wish, I have no other requests, nor am I in the mood to participate in other disputes. The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits replied, the old Heavenly Lord has already become a protector of Taoism. During the Great Calamity, it was thanks to the Eastern Sovereign's protection that I managed to escape from the calamity. Now, it's my duty to serve the Eastern Sovereign to repay the favor of the past. Please forgive me. Neza said, Old man, you're too courteous. Since you have such intentions, I won't force you. We'll meet again in the future. The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits bid farewell to Neza and returned to the Astro Mountains' starry seas. After entering the Grand Plainus Heaven, he arrived at the propping mulberry tree, where Taoist Luya was waiting. Thank you, Taoist Nine Spirits. Taoist Luya received the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits. The old lion didn't stay for long and left after delivering the letter. Unlike the first time he delivered the letter, the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits didn't inquire about the contents of the letter. After Taoist Luya sent the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits off, he read the message in the bamboo slip. Old ancestor? After sending the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits off, the Golden Crow Great Sage returned and saw Taoist Luya in deep thought while holding on to the bamboo slip. Taoist Luya played with the bamboo slip and casually said, We're just taking what we need. Only, we still have to consider the details. He kept the bamboo slip and transformed into a rainbow light. He soared into the sky and went to meet the Eastern monarch Tai. On the other side, after Neza sent the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits off, he also returned to the Taoism heavens. The gathering of the Taoism bigwigs continued. Most of them were still focused on the upcoming changes in the nine underworlds. The complicated relationship could lead to various changes in the situation at any time. Everyone had no choice but to think about it carefully. When that time came, it was important to act according to the situation. However, the more prepared one was, the easier it would be to adapt to the situation. After everyone finished their discussion, they finally began to disperse. You and your wife are both dragons and phoenixes among men. Now that you've finally gotten married, congratulations. Gao Han bade farewell to Yen Zhaoga and said emotionally, While you and your wife originated from a lower world, your pearls have never been covered in dust. It's truly our Taoism's fortune. Chapter 1753. Hearing Gao Han's words, Yen Zhaoga's gaze flickered. The other party seemed to be implying something. While it might not sound like much, Yen Zhaoga, who had always been wary of Gao Han, felt that his words were a little weird. Why did he suddenly mention the Eight Extremities world? It wasn't that the Eight Extremities world couldn't be mentioned. If it were Yu Xinbei, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, Long Xueji, and the others who were extremely close to him, witnessing Yen Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, and even Yen Di's growth from the Eight Extremities world to the world beyond worlds, they would naturally be filled with emotions. If it were Yuan Zhengfeng, Fu Enshu, Fang Zhuan, or Junzi Yuan, Zhao Shicheng, Meng Wan, and Tang Yonghao, who originated from the Eight Extremities world, they would be fine too. However, Gao Han's words made it seem like he was speaking too deeply. Indeed, Gao Han had once resided in the Eight Extremities world to avoid detection. However, when Yen Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, and the others were active, Gao Han had already secretly left the 8th rank world. Let alone Yen Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng, Even Yen Di and Yuan Zhengfeng had never truly interacted with Gao Han before. If Gao Han had to come into contact with the Broad Creed Mountain, it was when he had secretly taken away the Broad Creed Mountain's treasure, the cyclic, heavenly seal fragment. Yen Zhaoge had only obtained the sacred artifact, the extreme Yang seal. Only after entering the world beyond worlds could one truly come into contact with Gao Han. That was Gao Han's clone, the concealed sovereign Yang Su. As such, Yen Zhaoge couldn't help but be bothered by his sudden words. With Gao Han's personality, Yen Zhaoge found it hard to believe that he had mentioned it unintentionally. "You're too polite, Taoist Gao." Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, "Back in the Eight Extremities world, I've always felt regretful for not being able to learn from you." Gao Han waved his hands. "I've embarrassed myself, young heavenly lord. At that time, I was hiding all over the place and was in a sorry state. I can't bear to look back." "What are you saying, Taoist Gao? The extreme Yang seal you left in the Eight Extremities world had already benefited me greatly," said Yen Zhaoge with a smile. "I'm honored to be able to assist the rise of my Taoism's heroes. However, it's just a tiny bit of help." Gao Han smiled as well. After the two chatted for a while, Gao Han bid farewell and left. Yen Zhaoge watched as his silhouette disappeared, pondering silently. With his understanding of Gao Han, he would definitely not hope for Yen Zhaoge to remember the favor of the extreme Yang seal. In that case, the reason why Gao Han had mentioned the Eight Extremities world was something that one could not help but ponder over. After pondering for a moment, Yen Zhaoge regained his wits, looking in another direction. There, Xiao Ai was giggling nonstop. She was flipping through a thick list of gifts in her hands, and it was as if there were countless copper coins rolling in her big black eyes. "Look at how happy you are." Yen Zhaoge could not help but laugh. Having been in charge of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion for so many years, the accounts and figures, as well as various rare treasures that have passed through your hands every day, should already long since be hard to count. Why do you still look like you only care about money? Xiao Ai seemed not to have heard what Yen Zhaoge had said at all. Hearing Yen Zhaoge call her, she suddenly swiveled her head, a strange light shining within her eyes as she stared fixedly at him. That gaze caused Yen Zhaoge's scalp to turn numb, as though he was a massive human-shaped golden ingot. "Young master." Xiao Ai's expression was extremely solemn, and her voice was sonorous and forceful. She solemnly said, "Please marry the young mistress once a day. Great minds think alike." Yen Zhaoge spread his palms apart. "It's just a pity that the guests who sent the gifts might not be happy about it. By then, I might as well rob them openly." Xiao Ai raised her head and let out a long sigh. She felt incomparably lonely and was filled with the regret of dying before achieving victory. Yen Zhaoge snapped his fingers at her. "All right, continue counting. This time, it's still quite a sumptuous amount." Just like the gifts given by Gao Han and Ling Qing, the Starfire Core and the extreme purple crystal might not be of much use to Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng. However, these treasures could still be used as raw materials for artifact refinement, and they played an important role. For example, the Starfire Core and the extreme purple crystal were extremely rare and hard to find. The two gifts given by Gao Han and Ling Qing were of excellent quality, and they were even more precious. Even if they didn't need to be used for artifact refinement, Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng could still gift them to others. For example, the extreme purple crystal was immensely beneficial to women who possessed the extreme physique. Feng Yinsheng had already ascended to the grand, heavenly immortal realm long ago. Currently, her martial path didn't rely on the extreme physique. However, to Meng Wan, the extreme purple crystal had countless miraculous uses. Even if she had switched to cultivating the supreme martial arts of the grand, clear lineage, the extreme purple crystal would still be of great use to her. Oh, right. Xiao AI, remember to pick out the Nirvana vine, gifted by the North Star Emperor. As Yen Zhaoge spoke, he asked someone to invite Feng Moyang over. Senior apprentice brother Yen. After Feng Moyang arrived and saw the Nirvana vine, his eyes lit up. Ever since he became Yen Zhaoge's groomsman, he had always been thinking about this peculiar spirit flower. Yen Zhaoge didn't have the time to take care of the Nirvana vine. Naturally, he had to hand it over to Feng Moyang, who was the most proficient in cultivating plants in the entire broad Creed Mountain. Feng Moyang didn't hesitate to accept this task, and he happily accepted it. Can you give me some of the sweet-pouring raindrops gifted by the Bodhisattva of Guanyin? Feng Moyang extended his hand towards Yen Zhaoge without hesitation. I knew that you're always thinking about it. Yen Zhaoge scolded jokingly. I can't give you too much. I have other uses for it. Feng Moyang smiled and said, It's good that you have some. Not only this Nirvana vine, but the other plants also benefited from it. After the two chatted for a while, Feng Moyang left. The guests gradually dispersed, and the grand ceremony finally came to an end. Yen Zhaoge didn't return to the sky beyond skies. Instead, he stayed in this newly established world with Feng Yunsheng and lived his life happily. Of course, his daily life wasn't only filled with partying every night. He had never stopped cultivating his martial arts. He studied the newly obtained Grand Supreme Pill Scripture repeatedly. As time passed, the aftermath of Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's wedding slowly subsided. However, the ripples of this world never subsided. Between the two heretics, the immortal court, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, every few days, the minor conflicts would escalate to a full-scale war. After a long or short war, the situation would return to a peaceful state. The cycle repeated endlessly. The situation of the other factions was relatively peaceful. This was also because everyone was accumulating their strength and making preparations. While Yen Zhaoge was cultivating in seclusion, news continuously came from the outside world. No one knew what kind of price the 9 underworlds had paid. However, the Earth Devil finally returned to the 9 underworlds from the Western Pure Lands after his rebirth. From then on, regardless of their forms, complete or incomplete, other than the Water Devil, the 12 devilish gods had temporarily returned to their positions. As such, the entire world started waiting for the Water Devil's rebirth. Year after year, they waited for the arrival of the final moment. Chapter 1754. Although the primordial heavenly devil was suppressed by the jade-clear primordial heavenly lord, the seal was located within the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds, which were like the 2 extremes of the world, were formed by the creation heavenly devil's corpse after he perished. In the past, the 9 underworlds exchanged the immortal exterminating sword from the Tushita Palace. Previously, when everyone was fighting for the immortal extermination formation, the vast freedom heavenly devil made a move and helped the Amitabha Buddha to temporarily stop the Eastern sovereign Tai. He made a deal with the Western Pure Lands in exchange for the faceless heavenly devil's authority to return to the 9 underworlds. The vast freedom heavenly devil had always been in this world. Due to Feng Yunsheng, the doomsday heavenly devil that had yet to truly descend into the world had a few more obstacles. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. This might also cause the doomsday heavenly devil to descend earlier, other than the 6 ancestral devils. Among the 6 extinct devils, the primordial heart devil and the wood devil had always existed. The devil of aged metal relied on Nie Jingshin to reincarnate, while the devil of fire returned to the 9 underworlds thanks to Tao Lord Luya. After the earth devil was reincarnated in the Western Pure Lands, he was also welcomed back by the 9 underworlds. Of the 12 devilish gods, Only the water devil had yet to return. The 9 underworlds patiently waited for the last of the 12 devilish gods. It was the same for the other forces. As everyone waited together, time flowed like water, not forgetting the day and night. In the blink of an eye, 800 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yen Zhaoge traveled back and forth between the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven and the everlasting clouds, Vao. While immersing himself in his cultivation, he also took care of the changes and developments within the everlasting clouds, Vao. The higher one's cultivation, the longer one's lifespan. However, it would be harder to continue advancing, and the time required would increase. 800 years passed in the blink of an eye for a grand virtual immortal. For those who had already attained Duo Flower's converged crown and were at the peak of the virtual immortal realm, thousands or even tens of thousands of years were nothing to them. Many would even be stuck here for their entire lives, unable to ascend to the grand heavenly realm. Although Yen Zhaoge had also been stuck at the Duo Flower's converged crown stage for 800 years, he was not in a rush. Following his own thoughts, he methodically sorted through all that he had learned and seen, slowly accumulating and stabilizing his body for a virtual immortal with Duo Flower's converged crown. Even if he didn't cultivate the essence of essence, and his lifespan was less than a yuan, Yen Zhaoge's current age was still too young. If he broke through the origin heavenly tribulation now, he would immediately become the youngest grand heavenly immortal in history. If you don't cultivate in the 3 purities at the same time, wouldn't you already be able to take that step? Feng Yunsheng asked Yen Zhaoge as she sat in the meditative position within the secluded room. Yen Zhaoge smiled, more or less. In the past, he had used the peerless heavenly scripture as his foundation and borrowed its convenience to help him cultivate other ultimate arts, saving him some time. However, now that he was about to ascend to the grand heavenly realm, which was the highest realm in the immortal realm, it was also the final step before the Tao realm. He was almost close to the Tao, and some aspects had already merged with the Tao. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge needed to balance and stabilize his body. Disregarding his primary and secondary cultivation, he had to fuse them together. He wanted to ascend the origin heavenly tribulation with the unprecedented simultaneous cultivation of the 3 clear lineages. This also required him to spend even more time to figure out the various profound principles and take a step further in creating his own interpretation. Without the experience of others to refer to, he could only rely on himself to polish everything. The higher your cultivation, the more I feel that your talent and perception is so high that it's terrifying. Feng Yunsheng was also meditating as she said, I feel that even senior apprentice sister you, who possesses the heaven-containing purified soul, isn't as high as you. Yen Zhaoge coughed lightly and pretended to be calm. He raised his head slightly. Although he didn't say a word, his entire body was emitting the meaning of continue praising, don't stop. Seeing his lazy look, Feng Yunsheng stopped talking and purposely ignored him. Cough, cough. Yen Zhaoge curled his lips disinterestedly. After coughing twice, he changed the topic. Let's not talk about me anymore. Instead, Father's current situation is a little abnormal. Feng Yunsheng frowned slightly. You're saying that he's slow? With her current cultivation and eyesight, she knew what Yen Zhaoge was referring to. Almost 1,000 years have passed since Father attained Duo Flower's converged crown. Yen Zhaoge nodded. To others, it's nothing. However, to Father, it's abnormal. Yen Di's cultivation was different from ordinary people. His saber of creation had determined that he would advance diligently and overcome all obstacles. Aside from his powerful combat strength, the speed at which he improved his cultivation was far faster than ordinary people. It was so fast that many people found it hard to believe. Still, there were always pros and cons to everything. Yen Di's swift and violent rise in power due to the creation saber was something that he could only advance forward bravely. To Yen Di, suppressing his cultivation base would only bring him more harm than benefit, just like how Suo Mingzhang had the ability to cross the origin heavenly tribulation in the past. He had purposely stayed in the virtual immortal realm, or perhaps the prime clear lineage's sheath edge and nurture sword, as well as Yen Zhaoga's self-adjustment and accumulation, weren't suitable for Yen Di. If he did things like Yen Zhaoga and Suo Mingzhang, he would only be unable to advance any further. He wouldn't be able to improve for the rest of his life. What's worse was that he couldn't stop voluntarily. If he was stuck at a bottleneck for too long, Yen Di's blade might become blunt, and he wouldn't be able to improve anymore. He wouldn't be like others who had the possibility of advancing after hesitating for many years. If Yen Di paused for just a little too long, there would no longer be any hope left. If he could succeed, he would succeed very quickly. If he couldn't, he wouldn't be able to do it again. He would be like an arrow at the end of its flight, unable to pierce through the fabric of the virtual immortal realm. There wouldn't be a second chance to exert his strength. Yen Zhaoga had been stuck at the virtual immortal peak stage for 1,000 years. It wasn't a short period of time, which made Yen Zhaoga a little worried. Of course, other than worry, there were more doubts. With Yen Di's talent, the creation saber's miraculousness, and the Taoism's abundant environment, while the origin heavenly tribulation had stumped countless people, it shouldn't be able to stop Yen Di. Just like how Yen Zhaoga was hailed as the young heavenly lord, and everyone believed that he would ascend to the grand heavenly realm, the Yen family's father and son would ascend to the heavenly lord realm. This was also a publicly acknowledged fact. Is it because of the conflict with Senior Suo's heaven-severing scripture, or is it affecting his mental state? Feng Yunsheng frowned. Based on the past, it shouldn't be. Could it be because of that strange token? There's nothing special about the token. I can't see anything wrong with it. Yen Zhaoga stroked his chin. I'm thinking, could it be related to the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud? Feng Yunsheng nodded slowly, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. As the two were conversing, Yen Zhaoga's expression changed slightly. After a while, he said, Junior apprentice brother Xia, come in. Xia Guang entered the secluded room. Senior apprentice brother Yen, senior apprentice sister Feng. Master asked me to deliver something to you. Chapter 1755. Xia Guang's master was none other than Yen Di, who shared the same master as Yen Zhaoga. He pointed his finger, and a dim speck of light flew out. The speck of light landed in midair and unfolded, turning into a cloud that looked like a blooming lotus flower, the edges of which were blurry. Yen Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng both nodded. Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. After observing for a while, both of them had a feeling. This existence that resembled a clump of chaos, resembling a lotus whilst also a clump of clouds, was actually no longer able to find any traces of Yen Di at all. The connection between the two had been completely severed. This Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud was born along with Yen Di, as if it was his second mother's womb. Ever since it reunited with Yen Di, it had been closely connected. As Yen Di's cultivation increased, this Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud became more miraculous. The connection between them had been severed, which was quite an inconceivable thing. Even if they encountered Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light, the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud wouldn't be taken away. At most, he would be swept away along with the cloud. Even Mahamayuri couldn't take away the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud and sever the connection between it and Yen Di. In the current situation, apart from Tao realm bigwigs who could sever the connection between the two sides, only Yen Di himself could do it. He had completely abandoned the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Then, he had Xia Guang bring the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud to Yen Zhaoga for him to deal with. Yen Di, on the other hand, didn't care about the grand simplicity splendor cloud anymore, as if they were no longer connected. "Where's my father now?" Yan Zhaoge asked Xia Guang. Xia Guang answered, "Master asked me to bring the item to you, senior apprentice brother, while he left the sky beyond skies and the vermilion royal reed heaven. Before he left, he went to meet Master's wife and asked me to tell you not to look for him." As expected, Feng Yunsheng sighed softly. Yan Zhaoge extended his hand and kept the grand simplicity splendor cloud. "Father will be back soon." The next time he returned, it might be when Yan Di ascended to the grand heavenly realm. Previously, he was worried that Yan Di had stayed in the virtual immortal peak realm for too long. After thinking about it, he had some guesses. Ever since he obtained the grand simplicity splendor cloud, Yan Di relied on it to protect himself. Even those with higher cultivation than him couldn't break through the grand simplicity splendor cloud's defenses. Therefore, in battle, Yan Di would often only attack and not defend, displaying the great offensive power of his creation saber to the point of perfection. With the existence of the grand simplicity splendor cloud, unless his opponent's cultivation base was much higher than his, surpassing a certain limit, or if they cultivated in a supreme martial art like the heaven opening scripture, and were able to counter the grand simplicity splendor cloud, Yan Di would already be undefeatable even before they clashed. While this would allow him to sweep through all before him in actual combat, it would actually be of no benefit to Yan Di's cultivation. Other than the Yan Di's cloud, he could only D the Tian other than the origin. It didn't show up in the past, but now that it was the last stage of the origin heavenly tribulation, it finally had an effect. The Tianwazens only knew that then the Tians would yenel heaven would yent the god. D didn't want, he had yen yang would yang, other than the D, the yen yang after the day, after the heaven, after past, through. Instead, he would bid farewell to the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Regardless of whether Yan Zhaoge would return it in the future, Yan Di's mentality was that he wouldn't retrieve the grand simplicity splendor cloud after becoming a grand heavenly immortal. With this, Yan Di went all out as well, heading into the infinite space of extra-dimensional space alone. The risks involved were obvious. Either he would never return, or Taoism would gain another grand heavenly immortal if he returned. "Yeah, I believe that day isn't far away." Feng Yunsheng smiled and said, "Perhaps he'll return in the blink of an eye?" Yan Zhaoge and Xia Guang smiled. "Father has his own determination and courage. Of course, we won't drag him down." Yan Zhaoge said, "However, the world isn't peaceful now. Everyone's tensed up." Feng Yunsheng nodded. "Indeed. Right. Is Taoist Neza still blocking the Western Pure Land's entrance?" Yan Zhaoge asked Xia Guang. Ever since Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's wedding, Neza became idle again. Previously, during his battle against the Dipankara ancient Buddha, he was secretly influenced by the primordial heart devil. He wasn't convinced and wanted to challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha again. Neza kept his promise and went to the Western Pure Lands to challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha for the second time. The Dipankara ancient Buddha claimed that he was injured by Yang Jian and needed to recuperate, ignoring Neza's challenge. His recuperation lasted for 800 years. The three altars' great divinities are still challenging the Western Pure Lands entrance. The Dipankara ancient Buddha still hasn't accepted the challenge, answered Xia Guang. Others might not know about the Dipankara ancient Buddha's injuries, but Yang Jian definitely knew. As such, the Dipankara ancient Buddha was still refusing to accept the challenge. How would Neza be willing to accept it? In the past, the scene of him blocking the Buddhist Pure Lands entrance and cursing at them happened again. However, with the Dipankara ancient Buddha's shamelessness, he didn't receive any benefits like when he fought for the Wuji apricot yellow flag. He completely ignored Nez's curses. To him, the most important matter was the 9 underworlds' upcoming match. Speaking of which, it's been 800 years. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself. Just as Feng Yunsheng was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed. Yan Zhaoge's heart was connected to hers, and he immediately understood. 9 underworlds, I can't say for sure, but I feel that. Feng Yunsheng's expression turned serious. She took a deep breath and said word by word, I feel that the moment is coming. Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned deep. With Feng Yunsheng's current cultivation and strength, her premonitions that were related to her body were usually extremely accurate. With her relationship with the 9 underworlds, her premonitions would be more accurate than others. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge also felt that someone was rushing towards his cave manor. It was sure June. Little June, come in. Yan Zhaoge's heart moved, and he raised his voice. He nodded towards Feng Yunsheng. Seems like your feeling is correct. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yan, Senior Apprentice Uncle Feng, Senior Apprentice Uncle Xia. Shi Jun entered the room and greeted Yan Zhaoge and the others. Then he said anxiously, Senior Apprentice Uncle, there's an urgent report. It seems like a new embodiment of the water devil has appeared. It's finally here. Yan Zhaoge stood up. Not too early, not too late. Everything's happening at the same time. Still, it's fine. Everyone's busy here, and they don't have the time to care about Father. This is a good thing for him. He looked at Shi Jun and smiled. Since it's an external report, it means that the water devil's embodiment isn't within our Taoism. Don't panic. Tell me slowly, where's the problem? Chapter 1756 of all of Broad Creed Mountain, other than Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and the other peak experts, the one who was most concerned about the matter of the 9 underworlds was undoubtedly Shi Jun. He had never forgotten the experience of almost becoming a reincarnated body of a great devil with his mother, Ying Yuzhen. Even though he was no longer the Earth Devil, Shi Jun still couldn't calm his emotions. Gui Shui Demon's reincarnation form is indeed not one of us. He's not under the jurisdiction of our Dao sect. Shi Jun gradually calmed down after being influenced by Yan Zhaoge's emotions. Then he said in detail, according to the Grand Unity Spiritual Master's information, this should be the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The blessed lands of the White Lotus. Yan Zhaoge nodded, saying to Xia Guang, inform Taoist Neza so that he can make preparations. Xia Guang answered, yes, Senior Apprentice Brother. Yan Zhaoge then said to Shi Jun, inform your master and ask him not to be in a hurry to leave. When the time comes, my Northern Ocean clone and Pan Pan will set off alongside him. I will obey Martial Uncle's orders. Shi Jun bowed and left. Let's go take a look together? After instructing Feng Yunsheng, Yan Zhaoge turned his head and smiled. All right. Feng Yunsheng's expression remained the same. She immediately left the Vermilion Sovereign Reed Heaven with Yan Zhaoge and headed towards the blessed lands of the White Lotus, shifting through space, so close, yet worlds apart. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng soon saw a blessed land of Buddhism. Within the blessed land, numerous white lotuses bloomed and numerous green lamps lit up. However, a great battle was taking place here. The flames of war scorched a corner of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. It was like a pond filled with blooming white lotuses. Thick black ink dripped into a corner of the pond and couldn't be dissolved, dyeing the white lotuses black. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. Ho, already so explosive from the start. Unlike how he did everything he could to exchange for the 3rd Fire Devil and the Earth Devil, this time, the 9 underworlds directly snatched them away. The Tai cultivated deity's figure appeared beside Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. There were shadows in the void, and the figures of the other Taoist heavenly lords were also faintly discernible. They were paying attention to this side, as if they could descend at any time. However, no one had any intention of intervening. They just watched from the sidelines. It's not that the blessed lands of the White Lotus are easy to bully. Yen Zhaoga smiled. This is the last one. The 9 underworlds no longer have anything to fear. If it were any other family, they would probably just forcibly snatch it away. Anyway, everyone would have to indulge them this time. It wasn't just the Taoism heavenly lords. As the void trembled, the peak experts of the other factions were also paying attention to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, like Yen Zhaoga and the others, no one had any intention of making a move. At most, the demon race, which had always been allies with the blessed lands of the White Lotus, would have to send a great sage to give an explanation. One of the black-dyed white lotuses shattered. Then a tornado and a dark figure rushed out from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The faint yellow tornado was in front, sweeping everything in its path. Shadow was helping to take care of it from the side. Needless to say, the Shadow was naturally one of the 6 great extinct devils of the 9 underworlds, the Shadow Devil. During the battle 800 years ago, he was injured by Yen Zhaoga. After many years of recuperation, he finally recovered. This time, he took action again, escorting the newborn water devil from the blessed lands of the White Lotus back to the 9 underworlds. As for the sandstorm-like existence beside him, Yen Zhaoga felt the heavy and ferocious intent emanating from within. Yen Zhaoga understood. Unlike sister-in-law Yuzhen's reincarnation into a stone devil, the new earth devil is the sand devil. Following closely behind the sandstorm was a familiar face, the yellow-robed great sage, Kuei Wood Wolf. Although everyone silently allowed the new water devil to return to the 9 underworlds, no matter how many arrangements they had made, the Astro Mountains Starry Sea, which was the blessed lands of the White Lotus ally, couldn't allow the Sand Devil to do whatever he wanted in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. After the Sword Buddha, Chu Su perished, the blessed lands of the White Lotus heretic Buddhas were still inferior to the 9 underworld's top-notch great devils. With the advantage in numbers and the home field advantage, they might be able to put up a fight. However, 2 of the 9 underworld's 6 extinct devils, the Wood Devil and the Earth Devil, took action together. The devils didn't intend to invade too deeply or destroy the blessed lands of the White Lotus. They only needed to receive the newly reincarnated Water Devil, which would render the blessed lands of the White Lotus exhausted. Under such circumstances, the demon race had to lend a helping hand. Just like how the victorious fighting Buddha was stopped by the Bull Demon King when he arrived at the blessed lands of the White Lotus in the past, the demon race sent the yellow-robed great sage to assist the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhas in dealing with the invading enemies. However, the 9 underworlds had already sent reinforcements outside the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The primordial heart devil personally brought up the rear for the other great devils. Even if the yellow-robed great sage and the others wanted to intercept them, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Above the void, at a higher level, a white lotus appeared. Only, before he made his move, a jet-black ancient mirror appeared, facing the White Lotus from afar. From Yen Zhaoga's and the others' perspective, the White Lotus and black mirror seemed to be hovering above the void. However, they seemed untouchable and could only be viewed from afar. The White Lotus was naturally the blessed lands of the White Lotus's master, the Maitreya Buddha, although he had a tacit understanding with the Eastern monarch Tai and Tao Lord Luya, allowing the 9 underworld's 12 metropolis heavenly devils to return to their positions. The blessed lands of the White Lotus's master couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The 9 underworlds gave him enough face. The vast freedom heavenly devil personally came out to help the primordial heart devil, the shadow devil, and the sand devil in restraining the Maitreya Buddha. 9. Nether. This is actually a kind of declaration. Yen Zhaoge thought, if they can't truly establish the 12 metropolis heavenly devil formation, the 9 underworlds might really choose to help the Amitabha Buddha against the Maitreya Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. As the 2 Tao realm bigwigs fought against each other, the Shadow Devil and the Sand Devil successfully shook off their pursuers and instantly returned to the 9 underworlds' devilish domain. Together with them was the new Water Devil. After obstructing the Maitreya Buddha for a while, the vast freedom heavenly devil also left and returned to the 9 underworlds. However, this wasn't the end. On the contrary, as if a bell had rung, the various experts who were spectating by the side started to move. Let's go as well. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said to Feng Yunsheng and the Tai cultivated deity, the vast and boundless 9 underworlds connected with the void of the universe. The land of tranquil streams formed by the void's corrosion trembled at this moment. It wasn't just 1 or 2 portions of the land of tranquil streams that underwent changes. Instead, the entire land of tranquil streams was trembling. One after another, top-notch bigwigs descended. The world's top-notch experts gathered here. Rays of Buddha radiance, demonic chi, and immortal splendor appeared, forcefully purifying the vast, tranquil streams that had existed since ancient times. The void that was affected by the 9 underworlds' devilish domain's corrosion returned to its original state. The most eye-catching thing was that several boundless consciousnesses seemed to be shrouding the 9 underworlds. The intense pressure that came from it squeezed the 9 underworlds' devilish domain. Chapter 1757. Above the 9 underworlds, a seemingly unreachable place, a green lotus, a white lotus, a jade gate, and an ancient bell appeared one after another. The Amitabha Buddha, the Maitreya Buddha, the immeasurable heavenly Lord, and the Eastern sovereign Tai. The 4 bigwigs of the Tao realm all descended to the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds, which was already under heavy pressure, started to fluctuate even more under their shroud. Not only was the land of tranquil stream degenerating, but even the 9 underworlds itself started to fluctuate. Only in the depths of the 9 underworlds there was an ocean. The seawater was pitch black and still as smooth as a mirror. No waves could be seen, just like a solidified land. Below the calm black ocean, space folded and changed, making it hard to know its depth. As if going downwards, there were layers and layers of profound worlds. The deeper one went, the more profound and ancient it was. It was like an untouchable place, facing the 4 Tao ancestors above the 9 underworlds. There were 12 pillars scattered in an irregular arrangement, with different heights and thicknesses. There didn't seem to be any order to them. The 12 pillars were originally empty, but now images were faintly discernible. In the middle, there was a black ancient mirror. It was silent, reflecting the scene outside the 9 underworlds. Although everything that happened outside was still vivid in their minds, the 12 devilish gods on the 12 pillars in the depths of the 9 underworlds seemed to ignore it. The shadows on the top of the pillars all released dark red lights, which were as red as blood. These blood lights all fell below the 12 pillars, as if they were in the bottomless darkness. However, very quickly, the dense blood lights shone from below. Like blood filling a blood pool, it slowly rose and finally overflowed. The blood lights also devoured the 12 pillars one by one. Then, in the depths of the 9 underworlds, the blood lights surged up, forming a talisman with 12 strokes. It seemed simple, but it contained boundless profundities. The radiance of the surging blood sea shone upwards, passing through the abyss, the surface of the Black Sea, and the 9 underworlds. The people gathered outside the devilish domain felt uncomfortable when they were shown by the blood lights. Even the grand heavenly immortal exalts felt frustrated and anxious when they were shown by the blood lights. As expected, we can't underestimate them. Yen Zhaoge stabilized his state of mind while paying attention to Feng Yunsheng beside him. Compared to the others, Feng Yunsheng was much more at ease. However, this had nothing to do with her strength. Instead, it was because her connection with the Nine Nether had not been severed. Unlike the others, Feng Yunsheng was in a good mood. She felt that the bloody light was attracting her, and she couldn't help but want to throw herself into it. Of course, this was also an abnormal state. Feng Yunsheng kept her mind clear and suppressed the strange palpitation. Meeting Yen Zhaoge's gaze, she lightly shook her head, indicating that she was currently fine. For so many years, whether it was by herself or with the help of Yen Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others, she had always sought to further restrain the remnant influence of the Nine Underworlds, and her gains were considerable. That's good. Seeing that Feng Yunsheng was fine, Yen Zhaoge nodded and said, "It's still not time for us to make a move. Let's wait patiently." He raised his head and looked at the Nine Underworlds, looking at the green lotus, the white lotus, the jade gate, and the ancient bell that were suspended there. Amitabha was the first to make a move. A relic appeared on top of the green lotus flower. The relic released a seemingly unremarkable light. However, when the light passed through the Nine Underworlds and entered the deep abyss, it directly penetrated through the blood sea and shone on the 12 pillars. The light accurately located the black, ancient mirror and shone on its surface. A pure, white mirror light immediately condensed on the ancient mirror and blocked the relic's light, preventing it from shining on the mirror itself. Being in the Nine Underworlds and being reinforced by the 12 lines of the blood sea, the pure, white mirror light completely blocked the relic's light, causing it to be unable to advance at all. The blood sea continued surging and was about to overflow towards the Nine Underworlds abyss. However, at the same time, the ancient bronze bell trembled slightly, and a bell sound resounded. Formless ripples shook the entire Nine Underworlds. The roiling black fog seemed to have solidified, and the flickering red lightning seemed to have calmed down. The originally tranquil black sea's seawater began to roil, and the surging blood-colored light slowed down. The Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai, who were fighting against each other, joined hands at this moment, with the Eastern Sovereign Tai suppressing the changes in the Nine Underworlds' devilish domain. The Amitabha Buddha's technique instantly improved. The relic's light advanced again, causing the vast freedom heavenly devil to be unable to be distracted and had to deal with it with all his might. Unknowingly, the great freedom heavenly demon and the blood sea were separated. Although it wasn't to the point where they had to fight on their own, the relationship between the two sides wasn't as close as before. Affected by this, the rise of the sea of blood slowed down even more. It was a cycle. The weaker the rise of the blood sea was, the easier it would be for Eastern Emperor Tai to suppress it. As a result, the battle between Amitabha and Mahesvara was closer to a one-on-one battle. This world's most ancient Buddha displayed his true abilities in a calm manner. Without the slightest bit of worldly aura, he suppressed the great freedom heavenly demon. Perhaps the Nine Underworlds might become the Western Pure Land's helper against the blessed lands of the White Lotus. But before that, it would not affect Amitabha at all. The Nine Underworlds would not give up on the 12 devilish celestial formation for even a moment, and it would become the primary target of the various forces. Be it Buddha Amitabha or the East Emperor Tai, they would be more willing to use this opportunity to create a new Tao ancestor that truly belonged to their faction. She was a much more reliable helper than Nine Nether. Only when the Nine Underworlds gave up on the 12 devilish celestial formation would Amitabha consider other options. To the Nine Underworlds, completing the 12 devilish celestial formation would completely change the current world. Unless absolutely necessary, how could they retreat so easily? After all, the 12 devilish celestial formation is still in an incomplete state. It's hard for them to unleash their full strength after setting up the formation. Xiandu, great Taoist, appeared beside Yin Zhaoge and the others. He was also looking at the 9 underworlds. There, the White Lotus and the Jade Door were still motionless. They were restraining each other, but they were also guarding against other unexpected situations. It might be the 9 underworlds or the orthodox Taoism. Our current greatest reliance is naturally the immortal extermination formation. Yin Zhaoge stared at the 9 underworlds. However, if we were to act rashly, it's hard to say if they wouldn't join forces against us and break the formation. Xiandu, great Taoist's expression remained the same, and he nodded slightly. If they wanted to take advantage of the situation, they couldn't be too hasty. However, if they were to act too late, they would only be watching as the other party succeeded. Although it sounded simple, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to grasp the situation. The 9 underworlds was affected by the East Emperor Tai and was constantly trembling. However, to many people, this was the chance for them to take action. However, the group of Taoism bigwigs remained silent, just like how they did when the 9 underworlds snatched the people away from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. They calmly watched as the Dipankara ancient Buddha and Taoist Luya appeared together. They led the group of experts and slaughtered their way into the 9 underworlds. Chapter 1758. Within the void, Neza's silhouette appeared. He gritted his teeth and glared at the 9 underworlds. Not long ago, the Dipankara ancient Buddha used the excuse of recuperating from his injuries and refused to come out from the Western Pure Lands. Now, he led the Buddhas of the Blessed Lands and entered the 9 underworlds. A perfect Buddha light lit up behind his head. Within the Buddha light, 3 ancient lamps appeared. As the lamp lights flickered, they illuminated the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds and dispelled the black chi. Among them, the gray lamp lights swayed slightly, as if it had produced an endless suction force. It sucked in the devils wandering in the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds' evil devils entered the gray lamp lights and instantly disappeared, leaving only light smoke. On the other side, Tao Lord Luya, who wore a fishtail crown and a red robe, also entered the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds. His current posture was different from before. Faint flames flickered around his body. However, it was different from the golden early heaven leaf fire. Instead, it was dark green, which was dark and ominous. Under the envelopment of the devilish flames, Tao Lord Luya seemed to be burning a path in the 9 underworlds. Wherever he walked, the surging devilish chi would fuse with the dark green flames, causing Tao Lord Luya to seem like an abyss that devoured everything around him. The 9 underworlds devils avoided it. However, they were engulfed by the dark green devilish flames and were devoured. Breaking devils is transcending devils. Transcending devils is also breaking devils. The Tai cultivated deity stared at the 9 underworlds. Dipankara wants to illuminate the devils of the 9 underworlds, achieve great virtue, and ascend to the Tao realm. That's right. Now, we can basically see some clues. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Tao Lord Luya walked a different path. He became a demon during the Archaic era, attained the Tao during the Ancient era, and became a Buddha during the Medieval era. However, the 12 devilish gods were too powerful. Thus, he had no choice but to break through the devilish tribulation and get rid of this final obstacle. Then, he would directly ascend to the Tao realm. The Tai cultivated deity sighed and said, "The 9 underworlds' Lord's destruction goes against the creation of living beings. However, today, all living beings want to perish the 9 underworlds instead. The other devils are actually unimportant. The key is that in the abyss of the 9 underworlds, all the devils have withered together. Only then can they be considered to have been illuminated, said Yen Zhaoge as he looked at the 9 underworlds. As expected, although the ancient Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Lu Ye were dealing with the devils along the way, they didn't pay much attention to the devils of the 9 underworlds. Instead, they walked all the way to the abyssal sea in the center of the domain of devils. The 9 underworld's devils, whose cultivation bases were below average, but whose numbers were incalculable, were left to the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. To the 2 heretic sects, converting demons, and converting them would also allow them to obtain the power of faith and incense. The 9 underworlds faced the great 1,000 worlds from afar. Although the number of evil devils wasn't as many as the living beings, it was still uncountable. The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had enlightened them, and the benefits they received were immeasurable. However, whether he could succeed or not depended on the outcome of the battle in the 9 underworld demonic sea. Although their starting points are different, the ultimate goals of the Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Lu Ye are basically similar. Yen Zhaoge squinted his eyes. However, the problem is, while their goals are the same, it doesn't mean that everyone would benefit if their goals were achieved. Instead, the one who completed everything would benefit from it and take that step forward. The Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai worked together to suppress the vast, freedom, heavenly devil, and the 9 underworlds, creating conditions for those beneath them. However, as for how to deal with them, both sides would have to compete. The Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Lu Ye descended above the abyss of the 9 underworlds' demonic sea. Behind them, the Bodhisattva of Guanyin, the Bodhisattva of great strength, the Rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, Yuan Hong, the Bull Demon King, and other experts stood by their sides, facing off against each other. Beneath them, the pitch-black ocean wasn't calm anymore. As the bells ringing resounded, the ocean's surface constantly rumbled. Through the black ocean's seawater, blood-colored radiances continuously flickered within the abyss. Currently, the abyss seemed to be divided into 2 layers. The upper layer was black, while the lower layer was blood-colored. The blood sea wanted to surge upwards, but was suppressed by the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai. Other than the 12 devilish gods, the other 9 underworlds' grand heavenly devil lord and great void devil lord were nowhere to be seen. They quietly hid within the abyss and didn't reveal themselves. The primordial heart devil, shadow devil, sand devil, and other top-notch grand heavenly realm experts of the 9 underworlds were busy setting up formations. Without them, it would be difficult for the 9 underworlds to fight against the Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Lu Ye, and other top-notch bigwigs. As such, they decided to temporarily hide and retract their defenses, focusing their strength on the 12 devilish gods' grand formation. However, after being suppressed by the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai, the blood sea beneath the abyss was instantly restrained. The Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Lu Ye, and the others immediately descended into the abyss. My Buddha is merciful. Within the perfect Buddha light behind the Dipankara Buddha's head, the gray light suddenly grew brighter. The flame flew out from the Buddha light and formed a swastika character within the pitch-black abyss, which then landed on the blood sea. Tao Lord Lu Ye's entire body shone brightly as well. Dark green devilish flames rose, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a dark green blazing sun, illuminating the blood sea. Devils perished and were reborn without end. Given the abilities of the Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Lu Ye, they might have a way to completely annihilate the other great devils or suppress them so that they could not be reborn. However, this definitely did not include the 6 extinct devils. Even if they could kill the primordial heart devil, shadow devil, and the other devils, the other party would only be waiting for the next opportunity to be reborn. However, it was different now. The nine nether would be at its strongest when the 12 heavenly god-fiend formation was erected. However, there were two sides to every coin. Before that, it was the chance for the Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Luya. However, there was only one chance. The Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Luya still had to fight it out. Tao Lord, sorry for the offense. The Dipankara Buddha put his palms together towards Tao Lord Luya. Then, the 18C calming pearls flew up. 5-colored light flickered, dazzling one's eyes and suppressing one's soul. Almost at the same time, Tao Lord Luya also took out a gourd. The mouth of the gourd emitted a beam of light that was more than 30 feet tall. An object appeared in the light. It was 5 inches long, had eyebrows, eyes, and a pair of wings. 2 beams of white light shone from its eyes, and its target was Dipankara Buddha. It was none other than the immortal slaying flying saber. As expected, it's his transformation. Yang Jian's figure appeared beside Yin Zhaoga and the others. He smiled and looked at Tao Lord Luya within the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoga, Feng, Yunsheng, Neza, and the others turned their heads to look at him. Yang Jian waved his hand. My gourd dried up, so I thought that Luya had refined another immortal slaying flying saber. However, even with Luya's capabilities, it would still take him a long time to refine it. Within the 9 underworlds, Dipankara Buddha didn't dare to underestimate the immortal slaying flying saber when he saw the immortal slaying flying saber. However, even so, he couldn't avoid the 2 beams of white light released by the immortal slaying flying saber. Within the perfect Buddha light behind his head, the gray lamp was previously forming a talisman to suppress the blood sea. However, it could only stop for now. Within the gray lamp, illusory figures flew out one after another. These illusory figures disrupted the 2 beams of white light, allowing Dipankara Buddha to dodge the immortal slaying flying saber in time. Facing the 18C calming pearls' continuous attacks, Tao Lord Luya was forced to extinguish the dark green devilish flame's suppression towards the blood sea. Chapter 1759. Tao Lord Luya transformed into a streak of light that was unfathomably ethereal. However, there were simply too many oceanic calming pearls. A total of 18 came crashing down one after another, causing Tao Lord Luya to only be able to dodge a portion of them. In the end, there were still many pearls that smashed into the illusory rainbow light. Under the shroud of the extremely heavy sea calming pearl, time and space collapsed and disintegrated together. Even the rainbow light could not escape. However, Tao Lord Luya made use of the rainbow transformation to dispel the suppressing effect of the 5-colored light on the sea calming pearl. As such, it was much easier for him to deal with it. The moment the sea calming pearl broke through the rainbow light, Tao Lord Luya manifested the image of Vairocana. At the same time that the golden body's defense was raised to the extreme, a perfect great sun Buddha's light shrouded his whole body. After withstanding the attacks of a few sea calming pearls, Tao Lord Luya immediately transformed into a rainbow and flew away, avoiding the attacks of the remaining sea calming pearls. On the other side, the ancient Dipankara Buddha used the shadows that flew out of the gray light to confuse and disrupt the immortal slaying flying saber. Every time the white light emitted by the immortal slaying flying saber swept past a shadow, the shadow would turn into smoke and evaporate. Using these shields, the ancient Dipankara Buddha prevented himself from being targeted by the immortal slaying flying saber. The 2 powerhouses displayed their respective techniques, exchanging blows in the 9 underworld's demon sea, engaging in a great battle. The experts from the Buddhist sects and demon clans who had come with them also stepped forward to help. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles flapped its wings and instantly arrived above the Dipankara ancient Buddha's head. Its claw descended and clawed at the ancient Buddha's head. But at the same time, there was the Vajra unbreakable Buddha chanting. Clear golden light circulated. It seemed thin, but it was actually extremely sturdy. The pure land of the Vajrabuddha kingdom gathered and condensed into a single point, turning into a Vajrabuddha Sarira. However, it did not protect the Vajra indestructible Buddha. Instead, it landed on the head of the ancient Dipankara Buddha, blocking the claw of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles for him. As the rock's figure flashed, it seemed to stay in place, but it was as if a second rock had appeared behind the indestructible Vajra Buddha. The indestructible Vajra Buddha remained calm. He and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles were the top figures of the Western Pure Lands and the Astral Mountains' starry seas. They had fought many times in the past and understood each other well. With a single thought from the Buddha, the Vajra Buddha Sarira broke away from the Dipankara ancient Buddha and enveloped the Sarira's owner, once again blocking the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles attack. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles seemed to be everywhere, even in the face of grand, heavenly realm experts. However, although the indestructible Vajra Buddha himself could not keep up with the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles speed within a certain range of space, the Vajra Buddha Sarira that he manifested could keep up with the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles speed advantage to the greatest extent, making it difficult for the rock to act recklessly. The bull demon king went up against the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. He used the law of heaven and earth to transform into a huge white bull and charged forward. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva summoned his tripartite golden lotus. As the tripartite golden lotus revolved in midair, the three profundities of Taoism's jade, clear lineages time, space, and yin and yang were born, merging together with the orthodox Buddhism's samsara, vacuum, and impermanence, producing boundless profundities. Big white ox raised his head and swung his horns upwards. He faced the three golden lotuses head-on without any fear. Chiosho Immortal, Kuei Wood Wolf, Golden Crow Great Sage, and other demon race great sages were also fighting against the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, Narayan Buddha, and other Buddhism bigwigs. However, while the two sides were fighting, there were still people paying attention to the 9 underworlds' movements below, in case the 9 underworlds' devils launched a counterattack. The Buddhism bigwigs, led by Guanyin Bodhisattva, never participated in the battle. They were paying attention to the blood sea within the abyss. On the demon race's side, Yuan Hong and the other great demons also didn't participate in the battle. The two sides were in a stalemate. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and Taoist Lu You couldn't touch the blood sea below. After dodging another sea calming pearl, Taoist Lu You shook his head. Please lend me a hand, Taoist calm. Although his voice wasn't loud, it spread far and wide. Everyone within the 9 underworlds could hear it clearly. Yen Zhaoga and the others' gazes turned cold. Then 5 colored radiances suddenly appeared within the void, illuminating the creation. Within the tranquil Buddha light, crimson flames blazed fiercely, green radiances flourished, yellow soil was heavy, platinum was sharp, and black waters flowed endlessly. The 5 radiances were inseparable and circulated endlessly. Within the 5 colored radiances, a Buddha with 24 heads and 18 arms sat. It was none other than Mahamayuri, Kong Xian. Only, unlike in the past, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other Buddhist Bantis weren't happy at all when they saw Mahamayuri, who was also chanting Sanskrit. This was because the number 1 expert in the Western Pure Lands under Amitabha Buddha had appeared, and he was standing on the demon race's side. Buddha is merciful. Forgive me for being impudent today. Mahamayuri's expression was calm. After appearing, he respectfully bowed towards the green lotus manifested by Amitabha Buddha. This matter concerns my chance of achieving the Tao. I'll definitely apologize to the Buddha in the future. Then Mahamayuri descended into the 9 underworlds and entered the abyss of the 9 underworlds' demonic sea. the Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at Mahamayuri and sighed, "Taoist, you're finally here?" In the past, everyone fought for the Buddha's Saraira, but it ended up in the hands of the demon race. Tao Lord Luya used this Buddha's Saraira to exchange for Mahamayuri's retaliation against the Western Pure Lands. The strongest Buddha of the Western Pure Lands had now become a formidable foe that they had no choice but to face. "Everyone, please make way. It's best if we don't damage the harmony between us." Mahamayuri's expression was calm as he spoke to the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Under the circulation of the 5-colored radiances, everything that stood in its way was swept away. Even the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, Unbreakable Vajra Buddha, and other bigwigs of the Buddhist race could only avoid it. They didn't dare to face its sharpness directly. In the past, after losing the green lotus flag, the Western Pure Lands worked together with the 9 underworlds to search for the yellow earth apricot flag in order to prevent the current situation. However, things didn't turn out as they wished. They lost the green lotus flag and the yellow earth apricot flag. The bitter fruit that they had sown many years ago had come true today. Mahamayuri's retaliation instantly caused the Western Pure Lands to fall into a disadvantageous position, and they were exhausted from dealing with it. There were no changes to the green lotus above the 9 underworlds. The Saraira on the green lotus emitted radiance as it continued to wrestle with the great freedom heavenly devil at the bottom of the 9 underworlds sea. However, the white jade door started trembling at this moment. A powerful will landed on Mahamayuri, the immeasurable heavenly lord. This matter involved the birth of a new Tao ancestor. Even the immeasurable heavenly lord couldn't stay out of it. Although the immortal court didn't have the strength to seize the fruits of victory and allow the birth of a new Tao ancestor, the immeasurable heavenly lord naturally hoped that this new Tao ancestor would be his ally and not the future Buddha's helper. However, as soon as he moved, the future Buddha, Maitreya, who had been staring at him, immediately moved as well. As the white lotus bloomed, it blocked the jade door. Hence, Mahamayuri was able to continue rampaging. With Mahamayuri's help, Tao Lord Luya once again formed dark green devil flames that landed on the Blood Sea. Chapter 1760. With Mahamayuri's help in obstructing the Western Pure Lands Buddhas, Tao Lord Luya could focus on refining the Blood Sea with his own techniques and resolve his devilish tribulation, facing Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine radiance. Not only did the Dipankara ancient Buddha not dare to approach Tao Lord Luya, he couldn't even use the sea calming pearl to attack Tao Lord Luya. Otherwise, Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine radiance would destroy the sea calming pearl. Just as Tao Lord Luya was about to succeed, the blood sea beneath him underwent a transformation. The waves of bloody light that had been stagnant suddenly grew stronger. Among the 12 pillars supporting the Blood Sea, the illusory silhouette of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's pillar gradually solidified, and a real human silhouette appeared. The 12 devilish heavenly formation, which was previously suppressed by the Eastern sovereign Tai, seemed to have started operating again. The Western Pure Lands Buddhas and the Astro Mountains, Starry Sea's demons' attention was instantly attracted by the Blood Sea. Even Mahamayuri lowered his head to look. Previously, the 9 underworlds seemed to be suppressed to the point that it couldn't move. It was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It could only wait for the demon race and Buddhism's victory to be decided. However, at this moment, everyone realized that it wasn't a helpless lamb. Instead, it was a poisonous snake waiting for its chance. Outside of the 9 underworlds, a groan resounded beside Yen Zhaoga. When he turned around, he saw Feng Yunsheng frowning, and her face was pale. Within her pupils, blue-black radiances flickered uncontrollably. It was evident that her devilish intent was surging as if she was about to transform into a devil. She even uncontrollably took a step forward, intending to join the 9 underworlds. Feng Yunsheng clenched her teeth and forcefully stopped herself from moving forward. However, as a grand heavenly immortal, she staggered and almost fell down. Ever since she ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm and created the Luoyuan chaos extinguishing, this was the first time she encountered such a situation. Without saying a word, Yan Zhaoge appeared behind Feng Yunsheng and pressed his palm on her back. Yang Jian, the Xuandu great Taoist master, Neza, the Tai cultivated deity, and the other Taoism heavenly lords turned their heads to look at Yan Zhaoge and his wife. Feng Yunsheng sat in a lotus position within the void and closed her eyes. The image of the chaotic abyss appeared above her head. At the same time, black smoke surged out of her body and was devoured by the chaotic abyss above her. As Yan Zhaoge helped her, he gazed towards the 9 underworlds. He looked at the depths of the 9 underworlds' deep sea and the 12 pillars at the bottom of the blood sea. Light and shadows flickered on the 12 pillars. On the pillars that represented the primordial heart devil, the devil of aged metal, the wood devil, the water devil, the fire devil, and the earth devil, the primordial heart devil. On the pillar that symbolized the primordial heavenly devil, the light and shadow also solidified. On the 3 pillars that symbolized the creation heavenly demon, Taishang demon, and faceless heavenly demon, the light and shadow were still illusory. On the pillar that symbolized the Mahesvara devil, the black mirror was resisting the light of Amitabha's Sarira. On the pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly demon, the light and shadow were originally illusory, but at this moment it seemed to have gained a core, and it also became real. Everyone focused their gazes and saw that the figure on the pillar was a woman who exuded a cold and stern aura. She had short hair that reached her ears. She couldn't be considered beautiful, and her facial features were tough and strong. A person who should have become history reappeared here. Yan Zhaoge wasn't unfamiliar with this person. She was the one who brought Feng Yunsheng this tribulation, as well as a fortuitous encounter. The former Taoism direct lineage disciple, one of the world beyond world's new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua. Currently, Jian Shenhua was the same as Feng Yunsheng. Her face was pale, and her eyes were tightly shut. Her entire body was filled with strange devilish patterns, with radiances circulating on top of them. On the surface of Feng Yunsheng's body, similar devilish patterns were also faintly discernible. 2 identical black sabers appeared inside and outside of the 9 underworlds, respectively. They floated in front of Feng Yunsheng and Jian Shenhua, with devilish radiances constantly flowing on the saber's blades. As expected, the 9 underworlds still had some tricks up their sleeves. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes in his slits. No wonder I always felt that they didn't put enough effort into dealing with the doomsday heavenly devil, instead appearing fearless. So, they were already prepared. The Tai spiritual master frowned. I remember that this woman should have already perished. Due to Taoist Feng, she wasn't able to reincarnate. Yunsheng won against her. However, she didn't lose completely. The 9 underworlds helped her in secret, Yan Zhaoge said. The vast freedom, heavenly devil probably personally helped to conceal it. That's how she managed to keep it a secret until now. After a careful look, Yang Ke said she can't be considered reincarnated now. She doesn't even have her own body. She can't be considered a living being. Instead, she's in a state where she's neither dead nor alive. The 9 underworlds protected her in order to scheme against Taoist Feng. Using Jian Xuanhua's soul, The 9 underworlds re-established their connection with Feng Yunsheng, wanting to lure her into the 9 underworlds and become a part of the 12 devilish god grand formation. At the end of the day, she had defeated Jian Shenhua and taken away a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority. The 9 underworlds intended to guide the Doomsday Heavenly Devil to descend into the world prematurely was still Feng Yunsheng. However, even if Feng Yunsheng didn't join the 9 underworlds, the devils could still use Jian Shenhua's existence to continuously extract the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority from Feng Yunsheng, nourishing and strengthening the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. With the establishment of the 12 devilish god grand formation, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil would descend into the world prematurely. In the void outside the 9 underworlds, thunder rumbled and starlight flickered. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor also appeared, standing within the Taoism's camp. Their gazes moved between Feng Yunsheng and Jian Shenhua. In the end, they both let out a sigh. Yan Zhaoge's expression was solemn. He didn't panic. As he pressed one hand on Feng Yunsheng's back, his other hand formed a hand seal, which continuously changed. The black light patterns on the surface of Feng Yunsheng's body were faintly discernible. They flickered between brightness and darkness. It wasn't as complete as Jian Shenhua's. As time passed, the black light patterns on the surface of Feng Yunsheng's body started fading. The 9 underworlds' interference towards her was continuously weakening, and it was gradually disappearing. After all, Feng Yunsheng did not fall into the 9 underworlds, and the Mahasvara heavenly demon was currently wrestling with Amitabha, so he could not afford to be distracted. Inside the 12 citadel, heavenly fiend god grand formation, the primordial heart devil sighed upon seeing this. The 3 clear lineage has indeed taken precautions against us. It's already very good to have the same effect as before, Shadow Fiend said. The blood sea formed by the demonic path Great Array became fierce again. The blood light that filled the sky surged up from the depths of the sea again. The murderous aura of nirvanic extermination rose into the sky, and the entire 9 underworlds started to shake again. Even when Buddha Amitabha and the Eastern monarch Tai worked together to suppress it, it did not seem to be stable. Above the 9 underworlds, the Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell faced off against each other when they saw this. They descended together into the demon domain, their true bodies descending upon the 9 underworlds. NT, remember the mobile URL. M. Chapter 1761. The Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell fell directly into the 9 underworlds sea. The previously restless demonic domain instantly calmed down. It trembled a little as if it was bearing an immense pressure. The boiling blood sea calmed down again. A Buddha with a yellow face and a golden body appeared at the bottom of the 9 Serenities abyss, and a monarch with an ethereal face and a majestic aura directly stepped into the blood sea. On the other hand, the black mirror that symbolized the Mahasvara heavenly demon on the 12 pillars under the blood sea formation disappeared. It was replaced by a human-like existence in black clothes but with 8 arms. The 3 Tao realm experts finally revealed their true forms. They offset each other's mystical abilities and manifested themselves in front of the world. The Tao realm experts confronted each other. The entire 9 underworld's demonic domain trembled as if it was going to collapse. Fortunately, the 12 underworld's demonic domain was still operating at full strength, which helped to maintain the stability of the 9 underworlds. However, Amitabha Buddha pointed his finger, and the suppressed blood sea became even more silent. Among the 12 pillars at the bottom of the blood sea, the illusory shadow on the pillar that symbolized the faceless heavenly demon became fainter and fainter, showing signs of fading. The 9 underworld's demons all had extremely serious expressions. Long before the creation of the world and the creation of the 9 underworlds' demonic domain, Amitabha Buddha had transformed into the faceless heavenly demon and occupied the position of the 4th ancestral demon, destroying the destiny of the demonic path. He had given up the authority of the faceless heavenly demon and returned it to the 9 underworlds, allowing the 9 underworlds to set up the 12 underworlds' demonic domain today. However, as a Tao realm expert, Amitabha Buddha still had some influence on the faceless heavenly demon. At this critical moment, the 12 underworlds' demonic domain's operation had been further hindered. The 9 underworlds was not unprepared for this. The Mahasvara heavenly demon had tried his best to guard against this, but he was still unable to protect himself. His 8 arms formed hand signs to control the operation of the demonic domain. Rays of bloodlight appeared again and surged toward Amitabha Buddha like a tidal wave. Amitabha Buddha's expression did not change at all. A treasure pagoda appeared above his head, and there was a relic on top of it. As the treasure pagoda opened, countless glazed lights shone down and blocked the blood light outside. Dong Huang Tai's face was hidden behind the clouds, and no one could see him clearly. However, there was also a bronze bell above his head. As the bell rang, invisible ripples spread out. Even the unfathomably deep 9 underworld sea seemed to solidify at this moment, and then cracks appeared. The 8 arms of great freedom, heavenly devil, were gathered in front of his chest. The light gathered in his 8 palms. It was dazzling at first, then it became clear and transparent like a shining round mirror. Strangely enough, the incorporeal bell sound emitted by the ancient bronze bell seemed to have become tangible at this moment. Illuminated by the brilliant light, the sound converged into a line and fell on the round mirror. The mirror flashed and reflected the sound of the bell, turning into a torrent that flew straight out, its target being Amitabha Buddha. The great freedom, heavenly devil, revealed his trump card. He wanted to borrow the power of the Eastern monarch Tai to attack the master of the Western Pure Lands. However, Amitabha didn't react at all. Dong Huang Tai raised his hand and knocked on the ancient bell above his head. The torrent that was deflected by the mirror light instantly disappeared. It couldn't even reach the Amitabha Buddha. The next time it appeared, it was beside the great freedom heavenly devil. The great freedom heavenly devil opened his palm and changed his hand seal. Surging blood radiances surrounded his body, blocking off the torrent's attack. However, Amitabha Buddha remained calm and pointed with his finger again. The illusory figure that represented the faceless heavenly devil became even fainter. Affected by this, the 12 devilish heavenly formations' circulation became even slower. The blood radiances surrounding the great freedom heavenly devil, which were controlled by him, became even fainter. Even before the 12 devilish heavenly formation was fully established, it already possessed immense might. It helped the great freedom heavenly devil to fight against 2 Tao realm opponents at once. However, Amitabha Buddha and Dong Huang Tai were extremely powerful. Under their cooperation, the great freedom heavenly devil could only barely defend against their attacks with the incomplete 12 devilish heavenly formation. He was slowly losing ground and was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. While Yan Zhaoga was helping Feng Yunsheng to recuperate, he was also paying close attention to the 9 underworlds' movements. Yang Jian and the others were also staring at the 9 underworlds' abyssal sea without blinking. The battle between the 3 Tao ancestors didn't seem to be intense, and they seemed to be very casual. However, that was only because their opponents were each other. If a wave from the overflowing blood sea came crashing down, only 3 to 5 people would be able to survive. The rest would be instantly killed on the spot. The blood radiances would devour them, and not even their corpses would be left intact. Even if there were only 3 to 5 people like Mahamayuri, if they didn't escape in time, even if they could hold on for a while, they would still be drowned by the surging waves. However, Amitabha Buddha and Dong Huang Tai had entered the Blood Sea to suppress the great Freedom Heavenly Devil and the 12 devilish heavenly formation. As a result, the Blood Sea regained its tranquility. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others had the chance to refine the Blood Sea and resolve the devilish tribulation. The 12 devilish heavenly formations seemed to be suspended in midair once again, and it couldn't succeed. Instead, it became the prey for others to fight over. Only, it depended on who would succeed. Mahamayuri was still domineering. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and the Western Pure Lands Buddhas could only sigh helplessly. Tao Lord Luya seized the opportunity and manifested the dark green devilish flames once again. It landed on the Blood Sea and leaped about. Above the 9 underworlds, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha were still in a stalemate. The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at Mahamayuri and said, "Taoist, you've already obtained 4 out of the 5 relics. Only the last one is with Maitreya. How would he give it to you so easily? After Buddha dispels the White Lotus heretic Tao, wouldn't it be perfect for you to obtain all of them? If you help Taoist Luya ascend to the Tao realm, your chances of obtaining the last relic would be even smaller." As soon as he said that, every one of the demon race paused for a moment. In the past, the Western Pure Lands exchanged 2 relics with Mahamayuri. Now, the demon race exchanged another 1. In other words, Mahamayuri already had 1, Yen Zhaoga, and the others looked at each other. He's still lacking the last Buddha's relic, and it's in the hands of the future Buddha. Kong Xian had already obtained 1 relic long ago. After that, through a few transactions, he consecutively exchanged for the other 3 relics. This matter should have been kept a secret, and only he knew about it. However, he didn't expect the Dipankara ancient Buddha to know about it as well, and he even revealed the news today. There was no need for the Dipankara ancient Buddha to lie. It wasn't easy for the future Buddha to calculate the exact whereabouts of the relics left behind by the already transcended Gautama Buddha. However, he also had a relic with him, which allowed him to deduce whether the Dipankara ancient Buddha's words were true or not. Today, the whereabouts of the 5 Buddha's relics were known to everyone. This caused the atmosphere between Mahamayuri and the demon race to tense up. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1762. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Tao Lord Luya didn't look at Mahamayuri or the Dipankara Buddha. Instead, he turned his head to stare at the future Buddha, who was outside the 9 hells. At this moment, the sound of Buddhist chanting could be heard coming from the White Lotus above the 9 underworlds. The Sanskrit sound was vast and majestic. At first, it was hard to understand its meaning, but soon a voice seemed to ring in everyone's heart at the same time. "Today, I will fulfill Wisdom King's wish." Everyone was stunned. Mahamayuri pressed his palms together. "Thank you for your benevolence, future Buddha." That voice belonged to the future Buddha, Maitreya. He promised that as long as they survived today's 9 underworlds layout, the last Buddha's Sarira would be given to Mahamayuri, and he would not make things difficult for him. These words resolved the awkwardness between Kong Xian and the demon race. On the other hand, today's 9 underworlds layout had tied Mahamayuri to the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Mahamayuri's expression was serene, 5-colored divine. Light flowed around his body. He looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha and strode forward. The Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands couldn't withstand it and could only retreat. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Tao Lord Luya stepped forward, refining the sea of blood with his blackish-green demonic flames. At the same time, he sent mentally, we still need to pay more attention to the three clear lineage. Mahamayuri nodded silently. He stood on the sea of blood with the aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000 people, blocking the ancient Dipankara Buddha and the other mighty figures of the Buddhist sect outside. Tao Lord Luya's dark, green, demonic fire rolled on the waves of bloody light, spreading towards the 12 strokes of the formation. In the blood sea, Buddha Amitabha was not anxious when he saw the ancient Dipankara Buddhas on his side being thwarted. He was still suppressing the great freedom heavenly demon with a casual look on his face. At this moment, Amitabha asked calmly, "What's your decision?" The great freedom heavenly demon was silent at first, then he sighed. The fifth demon, Lord, did not say anything else. Instead, he stood up and left the stone pillar that he had been guarding. The moment the great freedom heavenly demon left, the entire 12 citadel heavenly demon formation shook violently. The mysterious and unfathomable formation pattern immediately lost a stroke. The entire formation began to dissipate. The sea of blood sank, and the crimson light gradually dissipated. Tao Lord Luya's expression suddenly turned solemn. There was no joy on the face of Dipankara Buddha either. The 9 nether before him had actually given up on the 12 heavenly god-fiend formation. In this way, their opportunity to transcend the demonic tribulation would have countless twists and turns, and it might even become an illusion. In the depths of the endless sea, after the great freedom heavenly demon left the stone pillar, he attacked the Eastern Emperor Tai. Although the crimson light surrounding his body dissipated, he ignored Amitabha and focused on attacking Dong Huang alone. The 8 arms of the Mahesvara heavenly demon spread open, each casting a spell. Countless black ancient mirrors appeared in the void, condensing into white mirror lights, shining towards the East Emperor Tai. Dong Huang Tai didn't seem surprised by this. He just let out an indistinct sigh. The majestic sound of the bell resounded throughout the heavens. Countless mirror lights stopped in midair and then collapsed like sand sculptures. Cracks also appeared on the surface of the countless black mirrors that were everywhere. This primordial emperor, the leader of all races, attacked at this moment. Even with the great freedom sky demon, who was also in the Tao realm, blocking it, the heavens still trembled. Although the abyssal sea at the core of the 9 underworlds could still be maintained, the infernal domain at the periphery had begun to collapse. As if it was ignited, the boundless black miasma continuously dissipated. Among the 12 pillars at the bottom of the endless sea, the illusory silhouette on the pillar that represented the creation heavenly devil gradually became fainter. The 12 heavenly god-fiend formation couldn't operate anymore, and the crimson light dimmed. The primordial heart devil and the other 9 underworld's great devils hurriedly retracted their crimson light and tried their best to protect the 12 pillars at the bottom of the endless sea, maintaining the stability of the 9 underworld's devilish domain and preventing it from being destroyed by the battle between Tao realm bigwigs. Upon hearing the bells ringing, the Taoism bigwigs outside of the 9 underworlds trembled and circulated their arts to defend against it. Taoism's myriad heavens, the western pure lands, the astro mountains, starry seas, the immortal court, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and even every corner of the boundless void could hear the bells ringing. Yen Zhaoga and the others watched the battle within the 9 underworlds' abyss sea without any fear on their faces. Instead, they were filled with excitement as they paid close attention to the development of the situation. The great freedom, heavenly devil giving up on the 12 heavenly god-fiend formation meant that the 9 underworlds had to settle for the next best thing, which was their backup plan. They gave up on the 9 underworlds' hopes in this era and turned to help the Western Pure Lands. Even if they had to pay a price, they would help the Amitabha Buddha transcend. so that the faceless heavenly devil could truly descend and plan for the next era's victory. Regardless of whether the 9 underworlds had other plans, at least on the surface, this was the great Freedom Sky Devil's decision and attitude. The black mirrors were shattered one after another, only to be replaced by new ones. The great Freedom Sky Devil entangled the Eastern monarch Tai, temporarily keeping him within the 9 underworlds. Meanwhile, the Amitabha Buddha, who previously worked together with the Eastern monarch Tai to suppress the 9 underworlds, no longer had the intention to attack the great Freedom Sky Devil together with the Eastern monarch. The Green Lotus ascended and left the 9 underworlds. While the great Freedom Sky Devil was entangling the Eastern monarch was also preventing the great Freedom Sky Devil from returning to the stone pillar. At this moment, the Amitabha Buddha returned to the 9 underworlds and targeted the Maitreya Buddha on the White Lotus. When the great Freedom Sky Devil left the stone pillar, the White Lotus had already started drifting far away. However, above the 9 underworlds, a layer of blurry blood chi appeared. The blood chi came from the 9 underworlds. In the past, during the fight for the immortal extermination formation, the great Freedom Heavenly Demon had also helped the Amitabha Buddha in exchange for the faceless heavenly demon's return to the 9 underworlds. At that time, Maitreya Buddha was on guard. Even if he couldn't win, he still had the chance to retreat in advance. Therefore, Amitabha Buddha's target was the Celestial Slaying Formation. But at this moment, above the 9 underworlds, the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon stopped the 12 devilish celestial formation. The formation reversed, and blood chi rushed to the heavens, making it difficult for Maitreya Buddha to leave, although it could only block for a short while. Maitreya Buddha would soon be able to break through the blood chi. However, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had already seized the opportunity and brazenly attacked his old rival, making it difficult for the Maitreya Buddha to escape. With such a delay, Amitabha joined in, and Maitreya Buddha was naturally unable to resist. The White Lotus tried to escape, but the Green Lotus sect and the Jade sect were not willing to give up. They chased after it relentlessly. A fight for the opportunity of the Tao realm had suddenly turned into a killing trap aimed at another Tao realm mighty figure. Tao Lord Lu Ye had a solemn look on his face as he stood within the 9 hells. Not only was the current situation disadvantageous to the East Sovereign Tai and the future Buddha Maitreya, but it was also disadvantageous to Lu Ye himself. The good situation was about to go down the drain. Within his pupils, the dark green devilish flames suddenly turned into a crimson gold color. As the flames flickered, the pillar that represented the devil of fire among the 12 pillars in the depths of the sea abyss suddenly shook. Amidst the ripples, while the blood sea was declining, the incomplete grand formation pattern that was about to collapse was barely maintained, and the speed of its collapse was much slower. Taoist Lu Ye hurriedly seized the opportunity and continued refining the dim blood sea. He wanted to fight for that sliver of a chance. However, at this moment, Yen Zhaoga and the other Taoism experts finally moved. Chapter 1763. With the help of the Mahasvara heavenly demon, he temporarily held back East Emperor Tai. The blood energy of the 9 underworlds soared into the sky and helped to stop the future Buddha Maitreya from leaving. The Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord finally had the chance to kill the Maitreya Buddha. It's time. The people from the Taoist sects who had been watching from the sidelines finally made a move. All the powerful figures of the Taoist sects manifested their true forms in the void and descended upon the 9 underworlds. The terrifying and ferocious immortal extermination formation also appeared in the void outside the 9 underworlds, ready to descend at any time. At this moment, they no longer had any scruples and could give it their all. To the Amitabha Buddha, As long as the Maitreya Buddha died, he would definitely be ahead of East Emperor Tai. When this era ended, he would automatically transcend without needing to do anything else. Unless he perished, no one would be able to stop him from transcending. To the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the death of the Maitreya Buddha meant that the others had obtained the essence stone fragments. No one could compete with him for the collection of incense offerings and wish power. This made his future path even smoother. Destroying the White Lotus was the most important thing to them. Everything else had to give way. The Maitreya Buddha could not even protect himself, let alone the immortal extermination formation. The immortal extermination formation that required 4 Tao ancestors to work together had lost its nemesis, at least for a short period of time. The direct descendants of the Taoist sects finally welcomed the best opportunity to enter the fray. The great Taoist Master Xian took the lead and landed in the 9 underworlds. He waved his hands, and a stream of clear energy and a stream of purple energy flew out. They rotated in the void and merged into the Tai Chi Yin and Yang image, spinning continuously. The 9 underworlds, which was already unstable because of the battle of the Tao ancestors, became even more fragile. A large amount of demonic energy was absorbed by the Tai Chi formed by the great Taoist Master Xian. The Tai Chi diagram above his head entered the 9 underworlds sea. As the Tai Chi rotated, even the black seawater was sucked into it. The demonic energy of the 9 underworlds was converted into clear energy and purple energy, causing the Tai Chi to become stronger. If this continued, the Tai Chi diagram would probably replace the 9 underworlds. Fellow Taoist, you want to surpass the grand heavenly realm. Indeed, you want to reshape the world and change it, the Dipankar ancient Buddha praised. Reshaping the entire major Kiliakosm and creating the creation of heaven and earth was too difficult. It could almost be said to be the means of a Tao ancestor. If he could make use of the 9 underworlds, which was the opposite of the universe but was in a rather special situation as a foundation, it would be much easier for him to replace the corpse with the luggage. In particular, the 12 capital Heaven God Fiend array had been going back and forth. There was also the East Emperor Grand Elder and the Great Freedom Heavenly Fiend fighting in the 9 Nether, causing the foundation of the 9 Nether to become more and more unstable. It also gave the great Taoist Master Xian an unprecedented opportunity. He wanted to break through the 9 underworlds, overturn the demonic domain, and create a new world on top of the ruins. If he succeeded, he would have a chance to take that final step and ascend to the Tao realm. To the 9 underworlds, this was naturally extremely harmful. Putting aside the fact that this was the territory of the netherworld, where its foundation was, this infernal domain was formed from the remains of the fallen creation, heavenly demon. If the 9 underworlds wanted to set up the 12 citadel heavenly demon formation, the 9 underworlds would have to rely on the 9 underworlds itself. Not only was this a favorable environment, it was also an indispensable part of the formation. To the ancient Buddha, Randang, and Tao Lord Luya, they could not sit back and watch the great Taoist Master Xian succeed. The great Taoist Master Xian seem to have different goals and paths. However, if the great Taoist Master Xian succeeded, it might affect their transcending the devilish tribulation and cause them to fail. The vast freedom heavenly demon was being held back by the Eastern monarch Tai, and the devilish Tao formation stagnated. This had already severely affected the ancient Buddha Randang and Tao Lord Luya's progress in breaking through to the Tao realm. Now that they finally had a chance, they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Tao Lord Luya shook his head slightly and said to Mahamayuri. Mahamayuri's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded in response. He stood above the blood sea and looked at the descending great Taoist Master Xiandu then. He sprinkled the five-colored divine radiances towards the great Taoist Master Xiandu. The great Taoist Master Xiandu stood within the dark and clear sea without moving. He seemed to have ignored Mahamayuri. On the other side, Yan Zhaoga's North Ocean clone, Su Fei, and Pan Pan stood in a triangular formation. At the same time, they manifested the golden body of the great sage. Then, as Yan Zhaoga extended his finger, he transformed the grand commencement chi into 3 streams of clear qis, which fused with the 3 golden bodies of the great sage. The great sage, equaling heaven's true body, appeared in the world once again, and descended upon the 9 underworld's devilish domain. The gigantic demon monkey raised its head and swallowed the earth essence stone. Its roar resounded through the 9 netherworlds, and a boundless golden light illuminated the pitch-black seawater. A thick iron cudgel met the 5-colored divine light and smashed toward Mahamayuri's face. After the battle for the immortal extermination array, the great sage, heaven's equal, fought Mahamayuri again. Kong Xian was not completely unprepared for this. He also retracted his 24 heads and 18 arms golden body of Buddha and changed to another Dharma form. He transformed into a 1-headed, 4-armed, white-robed Buddha who sat on the back of the golden peacock king and fought with the great sage equaling heaven. Great Taoist Master Xiandu's expression was calm as he continued refining. Tao Lord Lu Ye immediately led a group of great sages of the demon race and personally welcomed the people of the Tao sect. The ancient Dipankara Buddha had a solemn appearance as he led the Buddhas of the Western Pure Land to attack. Although the 2 parties had been fighting intensely previously, they had no choice but to join hands and fight the experts of the Tao sect's direct lineage. It was a pity that they lacked a Tao ancestor. However, at the Zenith Heaven level, the direct lineage of the Tao sect who had resolved the threat of Mahamayuri was publicly recognized as the strongest. When the situation changed, the strong and the weak were reversed, and it was difficult to distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. Not only did the Western Pure Land temporarily join forces with the demons, but the demons of the 9 underworlds in the sea of blood below did not dare to be negligent when facing the Tao sect who had finally attacked. The primordial heart demon worked together with the other demons to stabilize the demon domain while using his unique mental demon technique to disturb the people of the Tao sect. Although they were being targeted, the experts of the Tao sect were fearless. Dipankara, don't leave. Neza was the most impatient. He took the lead and headed straight for the ancient Dipankara Buddha. The ancient Dipankara Buddha no longer avoided the battle and immediately fought with Neza. After glancing at Neza, the primordial heart demon pointed in the air. Neza's inner demons were causing trouble, and his hostility increased. Black gas immediately emerged from Neza's body. After the previous incident, he was not completely defenseless. However, in the 9 underworlds, the primordial heart demon's techniques were even more bizarre and domineering. Apart from Neza, the primordial heart demon was especially targeting the great sage, heaven's equal. The commotion caused by the battle between the giant demon monkey and Mahamayuri was too huge. He was not like the Mahesvara, heavenly demon, and Mahamayuri, who had to consider the survival of the 9 underworlds. If he destroyed this place, it might even be more beneficial for the great Taoist Master Xiandu to refine. The primordial heart demon's techniques were domineering and bizarre. After all, the great sage, heaven's equal, wasn't the real great sage, but the combination of 3 golden bodies of the great sage. Heaven created all things, and there was always a counter. Even Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine light couldn't do anything to the giant demon monkey. However, the primordial heart demon's techniques made the demon monkey a little frustrated. However, before the primordial heart demon could continue, a fiery light flashed before his eyes. Suo Mingzhang appeared above the sea of blood and stared at the primordial heart demon through the blood light. Chapter 1764. Suo Mingzhang stretched out his palm, and a beautiful radiance appeared in front of his palm. It was like an invisible curtain blocking the primordial heart demon from himself. The invisible barrier formed by his sky-severing divine light seemed to have made contact with another invisible existence. When the two collided, their images were highlighted. Faint sunlight appeared on the dazzling light barrier. The sunlight collided with the light barrier and shattered it, turning into colorful rays of light. However, no matter how the light flashed and changed, scattering and gathering, gathering and scattering, it could not pass the barrier in front of Suo Mingzhang. The tall, short-haired man stretched out his other hand and grabbed at the primordial heart demon from afar. He clenched his fingers and retracted his arm. An invisible gravitational force appeared out of nowhere, and the primordial heart demon under the blood sea swayed on the pillar as if it was about to be dragged out of the blood sea and caught by Suo Mingzhang. It's been a few hundred years, and it's even stronger now. While stabilizing itself, the primordial heart demon turned to look at sword demon Nie Jingshan, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone pillar. Nie Jingshan was expressionless. The dark golden radiance in his hand condensed into a long sword, and he swung it from afar. Wherever the sword light passed, the primordial heart demon's body suddenly became lighter. He exerted more strength and barely stabilized his body. Suo Mingzhang raised his eyebrows and looked at Nie Jingshan. However, before he exerted more strength, he was alarmed. Tao Lord Lu raised the immortal slaying flying saber again, and the white light shrouded Suo Mingzhang's head. Suo Mingzhang's expression did not change. He temporarily let go of the primordial heart demon, turned around, and faced Tao Lord Lu. He extended his arms to both sides. The sky-severing divine light in his left palm still blocked the primordial heart demon's strange and overbearing divine power. His right palm faced the immortal slaying flying saber, and an invisible divine light flowed, setting up another barrier in the void. The white light from the immortal slaying flying saber was also cut off when it touched the sky-severing divine light in Suo Mingzhang's right hand. Seeing this, Tao Lord Luya's heart sank. Yang Jian pushed the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles back and attacked Tao Lord Luya. Tao Lord Luya kept the immortal slaying flying saber and retreated, dodging Yang Jian's attack. Then, he shook the gourd in his hand and changed his target from Suo Mingzhang to Yang Jian. Yang Jian smiled and didn't dodge. He just shook his body slightly and changed his form. His corporeal body nourished his divine soul. Golden light flickered in his primordial spirit as golden lotuses bloomed one after another. Such a scene had happened before, when they were fighting over the immortal slaying matrix. It was Yang Jian facing his nemesis, the immortal slaying flying knife. In the past, Yang Jian could already resist the immortal slaying flying knife, but it was more strenuous. But now Yang Jian's body shook, and a golden sea of flowers bloomed in his essence soul. Tao Lord Luya, Dipankara Ancient Buddha, and the others were dazzled, as though they were witnessing the Jade Mirage's defensive treasure, the Wuji apricot flag, fluttering in the wind. However, everyone was now in the Nine Abyss Sea. Neither the Wuji apricot flag nor the green lotus flag could be used. Once they were taken out, they would be polluted. The reason why Mahamayuri was so confident was because he knew this and knew that the real body of the great sage equaling heaven could not be maintained for long. At this moment, golden flowers bloomed in Yang Jian's primordial spirit. The illusory sea of flowers could not block Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light. However, the golden lotus bloomed and blocked the immortal-slaying flying knife that was almost invincible against one's soul. Not only did it protect Yang Jian, but it also protected Suo Mingzhang below, preventing him from being disturbed by the immortal-slaying flying knife. Even though the gourd in Yang Jian's hand had withered, and this infamous treasure had returned to Tao Lord Luya's hands, Yang Jian was no longer afraid of him. When Suo Mingzhang saw this, he ignored Tao Lord Luya and continued to focus on the demons of the netherworld below. He suppressed the primordial heart demon, making the others from the Tao sect feel much more relaxed. Without the interference of the primordial heart demon, Neza immediately flipped the golden pagoda that was pressing down on him with his spear and attacked Dipankara Ancient Buddha again. The demonic monkey also looked down on the crowd once again. It clashed head-on with Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light, not retreating even half a step. The other powerhouses of the Tao sect no longer had any scruples when they attacked. They did not have to be wary of the all-pervasive attack of the primordial heart demon. Great Taoist Master Xian Du also heaved a sigh of relief. The Taiji diagram above his head, which was originally rotating slowly, sped up again, gathering and sweeping the surrounding netherworld. In the sea of blood, the primordial heart demon sat cross-legged on a stone pillar, stabilizing its body. After Nie Jingshan made a move, he sat still with his eyes closed, as if he was in a deep sleep. At the side, the fire demon and the earth demon attacked Suo Mingzhang, interfering with his suppression of the primordial heart demon. Suo Mingzhang maintained the curtain of light with his left hand to block the primordial heart demon, while his right hand pointed in the air. Wherever the heaven-severing divine light passed, be it the raging flames or the whistling sandstorms, they were all extinguished halfway, disappearing without a trace. On the other side, while Yang Jian blocked Tao Lord Luya's immortal-slaying flying saber, the projection of a huge rock above his head flapped its wings, and its figure flickered everywhere in the netherworld sea, suppressing the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, making it difficult for him to rely on his speed to attack. As soon as Yuan Hong flew up, he was intercepted by Yang Jian. Their physical strength clashed, and the huge white ape was sent flying backward. However, it was still unable to gain the upper hand against Yang Jian. Seeing that the immortal-slaying flying saber couldn't do anything to Yang Jian and Suo Mingzhang, Tao Lord Luya stopped hesitating and immediately changed his target. The white light turned and covered the great Taoist Master Xian Du. Yang Jian's figure quickly changed and stood between the great Taoist Master Xian Du and the immortal-slaying flying saber, blocking the white light for the great Taoist Master Xian Du screech. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles let out a shrill cry, flapping its wings as it turned around and chased after Yang Jian. Wherever Yang Jian went, he would chase after him and delay him. Tao Lord Luya immediately took the opportunity to activate the immortal-slaying flying saber again and slashed at great Taoist Master Xian Du rise. Great Taoist Master Xian Du was helpless. He temporarily stopped the spinning Taiji painting. The black and yellow streams of air converged above his head, forming an illusory square pagoda. Under the envelopment of small pagoda's light shadow, the immortal slaying flying knife's white chi instantly returned without any effect. Heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite energy, the head of the grand clear direct lineage's post-celestial five ultimates, the strongest defensive supreme art of Taoism. A pagoda stood at the top, impervious to all tribulations and invincible to all laws. In terms of defensive power alone, it was even better than the five virtues of the phoenix, the foundation of the jade clear world, or the fusion of the grand beginning bright emptiness body and the grand plainness immeasurable body. Moreover, It was an absolute defense in all directions. Regardless of whether it was tangible or intangible, or whether it was an attack aimed at the physical body or the essence soul, they would all be blocked by the illusory heaven and earth mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda above his head. Even the strange techniques of the primordial heart demon could not invade it, with the great Taoist Master Xian Du's cultivation level. Only a Tao realm mighty figure could break it when he used this supreme art. Below the Tao realm, even the complete immortal vanquishing array would not be able to break through the small pagoda above the great Taoist Master Xian Du's head in a short period of time. However, at the same time, the great Taoist Master Xian Du could not do anything else. He could only stay where he was. Chapter 1765. When the mysterious yellow chi of heaven and earth was released, not only was the great Taoist Master Xian Du not afraid of Tao Lord Lu Ye's immortal slaying flying saber, but even Mahamayuri's five-color divine light could not touch him. However, at the same time, the great Taoist Master Xian Du could not counterattack his opponent. He could not even move freely. If he wanted to continue refining the ninth underworld, he would naturally be unable to do so, and he was forced to stop his current actions. However, before Tao Lord Lu Ye and the ancient Buddha Randang could heave a sigh of relief, Yang Jian forced the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles to retreat, and once again protected the great Taoist Master Xian Du to resist the threat brought by the immortal slaying flying saber or others. Seeing this, the great Taoist Master Xian Du immediately dispersed the heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite chi, and turned the Taiji painting above his head to refine the nine nether demon domain. Just as the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was about to pounce forward, a chaos origin hammer suddenly smashed down on its head. The lord of the great rock race evaded the chaotic essence hammer, gazing over as Yen Zhaoge stood amidst the black deep sea, calmly waving towards him. While wielding the chaotic origin hammer towards the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, Yen Zhaoge struck out with his palm, clashing head-on with the Golden Crow Great Sage's attack, forcing the demon race Great Sage to retreat. "You're courting death." Meeting enemies, the eyes of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles turned red. He seemed to have stopped where he was, but another him had already appeared above Yen Zhaoge's head. The heaven-ascending drum above Yen Zhaoge's head resounded, shaking the surrounding area. He held his index and middle fingers together like a sword, and a ray of light appeared. It looked red and white at the same time, drifting erratically and blocking the iron claw of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Immortal trapping sword scripture, void heavenly scripture, grand beginning bright emptiness form. A few thoughts instantly flashed within the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' mind, and it caused him to feel extremely vexed, causing him to ceaselessly increase his speed a step further. In terms of strength, the leader of the Rock Clan was firmly in the top 3 of the great sages of the Demon Clan. Apart from a handful of people who could rival him, his speed was almost unparalleled among the grand heavenly immortals. Even if he were to face off against most grand heavenly immortals, he would still have the upper hand in terms of speed. Yen Zhaoge had combined his 3 supreme martial arts and created a brand new 3 clear sky trapping sword. As a grand virtual immortal, Yen Zhaoge was still lacking in strength. He could withstand the attack of the rock. However, the opponent's speed was too fast. Not only was his movement speed fast, but his attack speed of constantly changing directions was also quite a headache. Fortunately, Yen Zhaoge had stably defended himself, not advancing recklessly. With the assistance of the Heavenly Ascension Drum, the Chaotic Origin Hammer, and the other grand firmament immortal artifacts, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was unable to break through within a short period of time. On the other side, Yang Jian was no longer restrained by the giant rock, and was no longer worried about the threat of the immortal-slaying flying saber. He immediately turned to fight in all directions. Not only was the great Taoist Master Xian stable, but Yang Jian had also launched a counterattack. As he moved around, he almost single-handedly defeated both the Buddhist and demon sects. Helpless, Tao Lord Lu Ye could only turn into a rainbow personally to hold back Yang Jian, so that he could not act recklessly. However, Yang Jian turned his spear and began to attack Tao Lord Lu Ye instead. Tao Lord Lu Ye wasn't able to hold on, and in the end, he was forced to flee by Yang Jian. Tao Lord Lu Ye could only smile bitterly when he saw that the great Taoist Master Xian Du was extremely comfortable and was refining the 9 netherworld on his own. Seeing this, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles became even more anxious. He wanted to help Tao Lord Lu Ye. However, the moment he saw Yen Zhaoge, his heart was filled with rage, and he wanted to take revenge for his son's death. Another thing that caught his attention was that Yen Zhaoge's current strength was already so tyrannical despite being in the grand virtual realm. If he ascended to the grand heavenly realm in the future, it would be even harder to restrain him. The rage within his heart surged, but the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles didn't continue attacking blindly. He first pretended to retreat and gave up on Yen Zhaoge to help others. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' speed advantage was sufficient to ensure that he had the initiative. He could fight and leave whenever he wanted. Yen Zhaoge didn't recklessly attempt to intercept the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles to prevent himself from exposing any flaws. He only activated the chaotic origin hammer and attacked the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles from afar. However, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles suddenly turned around. Amidst a sharp howl, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles seemed to be flying away, but the chaotic origin hammer was still attacking his back. However, at the same time, another figure appeared above Yen Zhaoge's head. Even a powerful, grand, heavenly immortal artifact like the chaotic origin hammer couldn't hit him. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles instantly neared him. Yen Zhaoge had always been on guard. He immediately pointed his sword towards the iron claw that was trying to grab the heavens and the earth. However, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles changed his attack midway. He didn't continue attacking Yen Zhaoge. Instead, he clawed at the ascending heaven drum. During the battle, Yen Zhaoge could barely deal with the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' extreme speed with his grand virtual immortal realm cultivation. He was relying on the miraculousness of his 3 purities collapsing sword, which surpassed the immortal trapping sword manual, spatial heavenly scripture, and other supreme martial arts in terms of spatial laws. Other than that, he was also relying on the help of 2 grand, heavenly immortal artifacts. More or less, he still managed to weaken some of his opponent's grand, heavenly immortal prowess. With the addition and subtraction, the difference in speed between the 2 sides wasn't that huge. How could the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles not see through this? Therefore, at this moment, he would first destroy the drumbeats that annoyed him. With a claw of the rock, he forcefully destroyed the ascending heaven drum. A grand, heavenly immortal artifact was destroyed by the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' claw. However, just as the drum was destroyed, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' expression changed. Sly bastard. The rock immediately noticed that something was amiss. He wanted to retract his claw and leave. However, a 7-colored radiance lit up within the damaged drum. Within the radiance was a wooden rod that was only 3 to 4 inches long. There were 3 iron rings on the wooden rod. Invisible dragon rod. 7 treasures golden lotus. When the others saw it, they exclaimed different names. However, they were all referring to the same treasure. Everyone had an expression as if they had seen a ghost before the ascending heaven drum was destroyed. How did he hide this thing inside? The wooden rod instantly grew bigger as it faced the wind. The 3 small iron rings on the rod also quickly grew bigger, forming 3 7-colored radiances. Then they went straight for the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. No matter how fast the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. Just now, he had taken the initiative to send his claws onto Yen Zhaoge's invisible dragon rod. Golden radiances flickered. However, there were still 7-colored radiances that entangled him. Out of the 3 radiances, 2 of them missed, while one still managed to latch onto the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' claws. Only the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' speed was fast enough. If it were anyone else, they would most likely be completely trapped by the invisible dragon rod. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was enraged. While flapping his wings, he temporarily got rid of his enemies. At the same time, he exerted force with his claws, attempting to shake off the invisible dragon rod's restraints. However, the invisible dragon rod still affected his movements. Within the void, the silhouettes of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles that had appeared in other places dimmed and were on the verge of disappearing. Fiery light flickered before the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' eyes. Up above, the Tai spiritual master held onto the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier and came crashing down on his head. The rock shuddered. He flapped his wings, causing a piercing wind to blow. The surging demonic wind blew on the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier, causing the descending momentum of the treasure to stop. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles made use of this chance to increase his speed, rushing out of the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier's range. However, at this moment, Yen Zhaoge manifested his Grand Supreme Tao form and sang the Grand Supreme Tao song.